Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And so I'm hoping that this day finds all y'all as well as can be under whatever circumstances we're in. It's been a strange energy day today, and so I'm kind of like bouncing off the wall a little bit myself. And so I was like, well, I was going to find something else to do. And, and so, hey, Robert, how are you, Mossy Man? Were we are we supposed to do a show tomorrow, Robert? I can't remember if we discussed it or whatever. It's okay. I just, since you're here, I'll ask, are we supposed to do a show tomorrow? I haven't checked my email or anything. I was, oh, really? You could have called me. I was here and kind of bouncing off the wall. Yeah, you could have called me tonight. Okay. Same time, same that channel and all that tomorrow. Okay. All right. We'll keep our energy flow going with stories and so forth. I'm, you know, I know I read the stories, because I want people to hear them, and but I also I really like doing it. I know we've talked about this. Okay, gotcha. Hey, is B. But I gotta say, doing the stories and reading them or whatever, I kind of feel selfish, because of like, I really enjoy doing it, whether anybody actually listens or not. I, I read the stories with intent that somebody will read the story. So I don't try to cut in or make any comments or anything like that. So folks can just, if they don't have to watch or anything, and they can just listen to the story. But anyway, so Anyway, anyway, okay, tomorrow. Yeah, I've been kind of sort of working on it. Yeah, they some stuff running through my head. So we'll see what pops up for tomorrow. Um, but I haven't. Oh, what did I do with them glasses? I put them in my pocket. Hey, Susie Q, I was besqueeching your name early this morning. What you say? Yeah, I was besqueeching your name early this morning. I was like, Chloe's usually on with this about this time or whatever. Anyway, ah, I've had some interesting company the last couple of days. Not bad, just interesting. Anytime I get company, it's interesting. But no, I mean just but topics for discussion and other things, just like interesting, you know. So um my dear friend Rob came by. Well, early for me. Off to town we went, and I have paid my taxes. Holy Jesus! I mean, thank you. I mean, when I walked out of there, it was like I was walking on a cloud because I don't. About July I start worrying. Um, but at the moment, unless something happens between now and next year, I got enough stash that I could pay 2/3 of my taxes again, that I've got saved up now. So I thought, this is, I feel comfortable. I paid my taxes and I have money left over and I don't owe anybody, you know? And I was like, And many years were not like that. And so, but I walked out of there just kind of floating like, yes. And I told Rob, I said, man, oh man, this, I know it's kind of been bugging me, but it was bugging me because many years past, um, I didn't have the money and I was struggling, and all those kind of old memories were kind of sort of come back. And I was almost in a panic. I got to go pay this. Well, it was, basically due on the 10th, and today's the what, the 13th? So, not a big deal, but I did not want to be late. I mean, not a second did I want to be late for any reason because of my past history. So, but after paying it in cash, almost to the penny, without change. But I was like, I got her done. And but with that though, uh, I started kind of feeling kind of giddy. All right, I mean, okay, giddy, giggity, giggity, giggity. And so kind of wiggly jiggly. Now I haven't checked the Schumann yet, which is something I was looking for my glasses. That's what I was doing to see what. Hey Travis, how are you? Did I miss anybody? Travis, Susie Q, uh, lost 3 backdrop drives. Who said that? Is that you? 500 PFT. Well, that sucks for the backup drives things. Yep. Anyway, let me go to another tab, and I meant to check the Schumann before I started this. It was starting to get late, and I was like, I want to get on here a little earlier, and I'm feeling wiggly jiggly. So I don't know how to describe it. No, it's clear. Oh my goodness! I'm looking at the Schumann resonance now, for what's has gone on for today, and actually the last couple days. Now I'm gonna copy this link for those of you who may not have it. Let's see. It's Control C. Okay, and then Control V. Okay, that's the for those of you who may not have the Schumann resonance link, that's what it's showing right now. And if you go in whatever, um, and I said there are some background frequencies that just go straight across the screen, and they're constant. Well, that's a prime example of what I was talking about, which has been going on for a couple of days now. um, as per the Schumann resonance. So y'all go take a peek for a second so you understand what I just looked at. Hey Greenie, how are you? So um in my wiggly jiggly and going to town and getting a few things and taking care of some business, and and like, thank you Jesus, my taxes are paid for the year. I've got money left over, my bills are paid. Wow, and like I was saying, so many years in the past, my, before I got my Social Security and disability, and before I got retired officially, um, you know, I it's not that I've always been poor, but there were times when I somehow circumstances or whatever just really sucked at managing my money. And so at the end of the month, I was scrambling, and I don't scramble anymore except for eggs, or a scramble after the kickball with Duggar. But anyway, did I miss anybody? Steve. Oh, hey, how are you? How are you? How are you? How are you? I heard it's kind of nice this time of year, except around the volcano. But so anyway, there is no real particular topic except wiggly jiggly. Is anybody else feeling kind of wiggly jiggly today? Uh, any of y'all, just raise your hand or no, depressed or you don't feel nothing. Because I'm curious when, especially now that I looked at the Schumann resonance after my discussions on things the last couple of my weird topics, right? Holy crap. But there's something, whatever has happened with the weird topics I've had the last couple of days, and they have been weird for me, even, right? That today I woke up and it was like something had been unraveled in my head. I don't know. It was almost like a spring had been wound and now it ain't or something. I'm not quite sure, right? But let's see. Jody's in the house. Hey, buddy, how are you? You feel a little off? Now, I could take this Wiggly Jiggly, and if I was worried, like, wow, this is weird, I feel strange today, I could have turned this feeling into a negative. Milky Soul Tribe, you stayed up too late last night. You mean this morning? Like as the sun was coming up and again, you know, I sure can talk a lot, you know what I mean? And I don't even have a clue. I get on a little topic and I go to rambling and telling the story or relating an event or something, whatever it is. And I look down and son of a gun, it's 20 again. It's like, what? I missed it again? You know. Yes, cheers everybody. Um, It was on like 7:20 a.m. Right. And I got out of there, shut it down, and then I hit my bowl because I was like, if I hit this thing and I don't, if I don't turn this off before I hit this thing, it's going to be more hours. And I really did have stuff to do today. So, um, which is interesting. But anyway, so some of y'all know that I've been trying to find out, well, I did find out in the state of Georgia that you know, I want to get buried on my own property, like why pay for a cemetery property or whatever, And I got a piece of property up by the road that is really you can't develop it for anything. It just maybe cut all the trees down and turned it into a small garden or something, but the way the power lines go through up there by the road, you can't put a trailer, a house under it, or nothing like that. I mean, and it's part of the original Zion Grove Road back in the 1800s. The road goes way back. So the top of my driveway, when you turn in, you would actually, if you turn, the old roadbed's still there, the old clay roadbed. So it's a little triangle of land that really, it's just going to sit there. Um, what it does is it quote increases my property taxes because I have 179 feet of road frontage. Not that it's any good, but anyway. So who else is in the house? Off night have been the wrong word. I feel different, not in a bad way. Right. Okay. I mean, when I was talking about this earlier this morning, it seems like 2 days ago at the moment, but um, unraveling the different energies and trying to explain it in the many different ways that I did and repeated myself a time or two. But they were, my dear friends upstairs were really hot on my tail to get that information out. And I was like, I love y'all, but why does this seem to be such a frantic topic at the moment? And then it kind of was like today was sort of an example, like, um, hey, Hawkeye, yeah, yeah, how you feeling? Well, I don't know. kind of wiggly jiggly or something, So you talked about energy waves and stuff and how it was going to possibly, react with different people. So how you doing down there? You in your inner tube? I was like, really? So having been gone, um, well, since early this afternoon, and just now getting on the computer, I haven't checked anything or anything. I just literally lifted the lid to peek, no, to peek at my stuff. Ooh, I'm peeking at my stuff. Um, which I'm sorry. I I go to the county office. Well, after we paid taxes, and so asking two questions. My friend Rob, I want him to be sort of an executor of for me if anything happens to me. That because my family, everybody's so far away, that he can take care of stuff and that everybody it's going to be up on the up and up and all this kind of stuff. So I was asking a few questions and who and where or what I needed to do or who to go see. So on the question of can I be buried on my property, they were like, yeah, well the state law is clear, it's up to the county, and well you got to get with the EEOC officer or whatever for the county. And I said, okay, and then what? And I said, "So just briefly explain what has to happen." Well, the the board of county commissioners has to vote and pass it. I was like, "What? All the county commissioners? They got to pass it?" And I was like, "Okey doke," But now I have in the old days, I was sort of involved with. I used to videotape uh, different some of these small towns back in the day when I was working for a local TV access station. Friend of mine that I'd known for a long time. We worked radio together anyway. So, but I would do city councils and county commissioners meetings, and so I have seen the procedure a bunch over many years, different cities, but they all basically the same thing. So if the guy in charge says, I have this proposal, such and such at this address, would like a petition, blah, 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 blah. And they go, so what's the deal? And he's like, which is true. I don't have any family nearby. I don't have any affiliation with any, church or anything, and there's plenty of room and I've got this plot of land that's worthless. Why not plant me there? And so it'd be, do any of you on the board have an objection? And they'd look at each other and go, well, have you found Mr. And here's the name that got me. Okay, there is something to this story. So I asked the lady when I went to the office, and I said, so the gentleman's name, and she said, well, Mr. Cox. And I said, okay. So I wrote it down. And, like COX, yes. And there are Cox families in the neighborhood, and, around Moultrie. There's a big salvage yard, junkyard kind of thing. There's the Cox, um, you pull it kind of thing. So, but anyway, so which got me on this, I couldn't stop giggling. So I said, so the man's name is Cox, right? And he goes, yeah. She goes, Justin. And so I said, cock just in. And I went, oh, and I almost spit on the glass because I was like, oh, did you just hear what I said? Cock just in. And she goes, yeah, that's his name. And I was like, had my head down, I'm writing it on a piece of paper. And I was like, oh my God, I better get all the jokes out before I meet this guy or call him on the phone, because I am not going to be able to keep a straight beak. And so all this evening, you know, but now here's the thing: it's like, well, Cox just in because I'm thinking, and we, write your last name first, right? Papers and tests and all that kind of stuff. How many people have given in shit over the years, right? Like, what was your parents thinking? Did they not pay attention to this? But so, but it's nowhere near as close to the name of a gentleman I I had worked with and done some work with. He did some absolutely excellent body work on a vehicle years ago. I mean, they were superb. And so I said, I talked to the guy and I said, listen, I said, I don't have all of the deposit money. You know, you have to, I mean, not deposit, you have what's the $500 deductible? Thank you. There's the word. So it was like $500 deductible. And I said, I only got like 250. And I said, but give me a week or so and paydays and I'll have the rest of the money. And he said, well, so what are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. I said, well, I'm a carpenter and everything. He goes, well, I need something built. If you build this thing for me, we'll count it as, payment on your bill. And I said, okay, what you need? So he says, well, I've got this deer stand. And he said, I've got the dimensions and everything. And I want you to build me a roof. And I'm going to haul it up there and put the roof on it. And I said, okay, what kind of roof you want? And so we made this deal. So I said, now, so um, uh, it was something Body Works, right? And I said, so, and what is the name for this project? And I said, so your last name, sir? And he said, Crapper. And I just went, I'm sorry, what? He said, go ahead and laugh. It's sort of like me, null and void all my life, right? So used to it. And people try to needle me with, I'm like, sorry, I'm waiting on a new one. I think y'all are calling me Nully or something, whatever. Anyway, that's, but so I said, your last name is Crapper. Yeah. Your first name? He said Max. And I was like, I looked at him. He was sort of kind of shorter than me, like maybe 5'2" or 5'3". And I said, I'm so sorry, Mr. Max, because I couldn't say Max. I couldn't say crapper. I couldn't, and I was like, and he said, it's okay, Dave, and I apologize. I'm so sorry. But whoever the parents were that did this, shame on them, to your last name's Crapper, that's bad enough. And then so you name your first name is Max, I knew a girl with the name Tina May Die. Oh my God. She ended up in the ER, told about a mess trying to get the new doctors. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I've known a very good friend of mine over the years, my friend Tom. I've mentioned Tom's name a few times here. A motorcycle racer and very astute, and had brain injuries like me. We're both mechanics and both engineers and machinists. But anyway, so I love my friend Tom, but his last name's Keister. Mr. Keister. It's like, so, Mr. Tom Keister, are you sitting down? I mean, so, but he's a very jolly, wiggly, giggly kind of person. And he and I are just two crazy human beings when we get together with off topics and jokes and puns and weird sayings. And yeah. In a way, he's sort of like another part of my demented side of my brain. We used to listen to Doctor Demento and all that crazy stuff. So um, I could never get him into a play, but he's very animated in a lot of ways. Now that he's older, he's a little bit more calm. But back in the day, Tom was a delight to be around. But anyway, so um, yeah, Tom Keister. So those are the names that but today running across Mr. uh Justin Cox. you know I I I literally blew little tiny specks of spit onto the glass there, that separates us. So anyway, is it that time? Good. I kind of been waiting. um So with the Wiggly Jiggly thing, well, the odd thing is after I had this conversation early, now no, it's still Monday, isn't it? I feel like I literally skipped a day. And normally after what it was, a 5 or 6 hour session last night, I was like, there is a link for the show. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll look through. I will browse through and read some more stories, and we'll have a show tomorrow night. So for those of you in the chat room now, we're I'm going to be on Milky Way tomorrow with Robert, and we're going to do another night of Indian stuff, stories and stuff. So anyway, yeah. But I mean, as I spoke the words, repeating her, not really paying attention because I was had the pen and writing it down, and then it was like the cock's just in. And I went, you did not just say that. And I was like, holy Jesus, because there are the odd things that I hear and go, wait a minute, please repeat that. What did you just say? And somebody say, and I'm like, I'm so glad that's what I thought I heard is not what you said. Phew. Well, what was it? Nothing. Never mind. I do not want to repeat it. Just leave it alone. But but anyway, it was interesting that several people and stuff kind of related to people somehow talking about energy levels or conversations. And man, I've got a lot of energy today. Somebody in the store at the feed store. I mean, just little quirky little things. And I was like, well, that's odd. Topic for discussion with a friend of mine had to do with something that they had been talking about, which was very closely related to what I was talking about this morning about, the best way to protect yourself from stuff is to make sure, you understand what your armor means to you, your aura, whatever it is. Your strength is what keeps you strong. And, if you don't have enough faith in your own strength and you want to waver, and I don't mean physical strength, but I mean mental and keeping your stuff together. And people need to have more confidence, really, really. And in conversations and chats and some folks I've talked to, um, the mention of energies and things and stuff, and it's so like, um, quit being the rabbit. So don't go out and ask by repeating things. Um, well, I'm under attack. Stop it. Quit saying it. You know, wow, there's some strange energies coming my way today. Okay, there you go. Because that's vague. Okay. And it could mean anything. Now, in your brain, you could feel like it's an attack. But there are folks out there who every time I turn around, some certain folks in chat rooms, and I've got a friend of mine, not you, Isby, but this does apply to you too. And we talked about it. But you can't call this to you. Well, I feel, yes, there are different energies around you and you feel the pressure, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're under attack. Okay. But because of all the hype of people being under attack, and some of them really are, don't get me wrong about that, but not everybody is being attacked as far as a personal demon trying to get you kind of thing. But you can scare yourself into where there's one. You can focus on other people's what they start, oh, I'm under attack and I'm getting hit with energies and I've got, direct, directed energy at me and my head goes. Now some of them are. Now because some of if you're in a city close in, whatever, with all the towers and electrical stuff, if you're any kind of near any kind of business that uses a bunch of electricity, there's going to be hums, there's substations, there's transmission line. I mean, so, if you're closer to a town, you have all these EMF fields all around you, right? And then you got people. And down here in the country where I'm at, when I was checking with my cell phone, I went up the hill, right? And I'm going up the hill and I was checking for my in the Wi-Fi thing on the setting as to what how it was doing. It would go, fair, good, fair, poor, because I was walking up the hill, and all of a sudden it went excellent. Well, I had come up high enough to where I was kind of in a straight line to my modem here in the house. But as I reached that same spot up on, there's a little place on the hill, it's like it's a sweet spot. But I was picking up Wi-Fi's. There were 5 other Wi-Fis in the area, and one's up the hill, but it's further away from where I was standing than my house is, right? And I'm like, what the hell is this? And the other guy, which is over here, is further away from the cell phone than I was from my house. And so there's my signal, but because I'm down in the bottom of the hill, it it because it's a sort of a straight line signal versus just out there. Um, as I went up the hill, I lost my signal, but everybody else has got really better. And I was like, whoa, dude. So even in my own neighborhood, there are all these Wi-Fi's that I can pick up simply by walking up my driveway. If I go to the top of the hill to get um, my mail, then there's all these Wi-Fi's that are present. It's a hot spot for between these 5 houses there, right? And I'm like, I had no idea because I had not tried that before. So even where I'm at out here in the country, I was surprised at how many more energy fields and things that can muck with us. So before we blame a demon for trying to take over our brains, we can absolutely blame our where we live. What I talked about the other night is our circumstances. The circumstances are when I got to the top of the hill, there are 5 really powerful Wi-Fi's in the neighborhood, because Windstream put finally got a DSL out here, and I mean, it's blindingly fast for being out here in the country like this without having a satellite dish. And folks who have satellite dishes, now that they put this, the new thingy up there, really good speed. Don't have any, very rarely have hesitation. But now, here on doing YouTube videos and whatever, there are times when it lags and drags, but I don't really think it's on. I don't think it's my end. You know what I mean? Because there can be another program running and it doesn't glitch. But anyway, but this computer does do things on its own, like it's running some kind of something in the background right now. So, but anyway, um, 1021. Yes, thank you. I missed it. Didn't I? Running my mouth again. I have 3 high voltage power lines about a mile west of me. That's usually fur enough, you know. But how many transformers do you have in your neighborhood? Now those high intensity power lines, but when you get to about a quarter, half mile away, that energy field is pretty much stabilized. But if you've got a substation nearby or a couple of houses and there's several transformers in the neighborhood or something, those can generate a lot and they're close to the house. And if you've got a pole that's close to your house and there's a transformer there, well, there's some serious voltage there, because it wants to transform this really high voltage down to a lower so it can come in your house and not burn your house down. Um, oh, Tracy B, how are you? There are things between us and the sun that should not be. Oh, there's a lot of stuff between us and the sun. Absolutely. You know, uh, if people really paid attention to that, I whatever that I can't remember which Soho, one of those satellites. And you can see these spaceships that have the profile of the Enterprise beaming itself across the thing. You know, the great big balls that go into the sun and put out a tail and collect energy. Those things are 3, 4 times the size of the Earth. You know, oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff between us and the sun. You know, and it's changing. They're not in the same place. But having seen what I've seen, having looked at the satellites and years ago, years and years ago, having seen one myself and, overhead and one blew up another one, uh, spaceship that is. That time I was watching a live feed from NASA and this humongous mothership just appeared on the screen and the screen went blue. And I was like, oh, I mean, that's like been 12, 13 years ago. But I believed in UFOs before then. But as I have seen my own proof, watching the NASA channel or watching live feed from the ISS, and going, man, go ahead. So things appear, and if you're there at the right moment before they have a tendency to, trim the feed, because you can say, well, I saw that, but you can't go back and find it. They cut it when they do, and then they trim that. So, that big old mothership, oh my God. And it was so big, and it was coming around the curve of the earth kind of thing, but it was so huge. And even though it was way off and coming out, into the quote sunlight from the shadow of the planet, it wouldn't fit in the frame of the camera. It was huge. Oh my God, it would have blocked out the sun. I mean, it was huge. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff between us and the earth. I'm still talking and I ain't token. Have a pipeline pumping station. You've got some. I wasn't trying to make light of the transmission lines, Steve, but um, there are certain factors and distances and things, but there are a lot of other things that create EMF fields, and the whole point is it's stirring up our the fields around the place, the pole, the whatever it is, right around the transmission lines. If we could see it with our eyes, like with it, and they would have this sparkly, crackly glow that around each one of those transmission lines. But anyway, it'd probably freak a lot of people out. So that's why we're trying to go into the fourth dimension. We must go into the fourth dimension so that we can be able to see these things and not freak out and learn how to use our ESP better and that kind of stuff. So, but anyway, so absolutely getting energy waves, but the whatever's making me feel wiggly jiggly today is not necessarily showing up as this huge pattern on the Schumann. But as I was describing yesterday and probably the day before or the last time I did a video, there are these straight lines. And if you go all the way over to the left hand side where there are numbers there, those are like the frequency they're coming in. So at the top, it's a really low frequency. So as you go down the list, it's a higher frequency. The number goes up, right? So, but those liners are like steady for days with not even a bump. And there's one here, there's one a little further down, and there's one another down. And I didn't check it today, but it's almost like it's sort of like an octave. So here's one, and then the next one is if you were saying, well, here's C, middle C, and then you go up the da 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 da, da to the next C, and then da 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 up to the next C. So, but in looking at the lines and my observations over a long period, I was like, it's almost like a resonance. Like oh, what is it? Playing the guitar, if you just lightly strum it, it's you can play the harmonics of the strings, right? So it's almost like a harmonic. And so, in looking at the Schumann resonance today, over the last couple days, distinct line, distinct line, and distinct line all the way across at whatever those frequencies mean. And they have been consistent, okay? So it's not something that's fluctuating. It doesn't fill up the whole screen, but they're absolutely there and they're absolutely with unwavering. So if I was to say the planet's being bombarded, it wouldn't be all the whole flashy stuff. It would be these constant lines of frequency because it doesn't change. So that in a way, it would be sort of like Chinese torture, where there's a drop of water hitting your forehead. It's constant. It's just a drop of water, but it will drive you mad. Um, Seven Tower. You have 2 blocks from a cable company. Yeah, that's interesting. Those are them invisible rays, but they're coming and going. But what it does, I mean, an example my spirit folks showed me the other day was like, if you could see what these energies were, they get beamed up to satellites and come back down, all that kind of stuff. But if you were to blow smoke, or there's smoke, in a smoky room, or you're burning some sage or something, if you take a straw and blow through it and try to blow a single stream of air, and then as it pushes through the smoke, it has a tendency to affect the smoke beside it. I think in water terms, it would be like, don't quote me on this, but sort of like a Bernelli effect, or Bernelli or something like that, or Botticelli. No, he was a painter. But and did fine work, by the way. I knew him back in the day. Oh boy, am I wound up. But the frequencies that are constant in the background, I'm wondering where that shit's coming from, because it is absolutely constant for days. Like for the current one shows that for the last 3 days, them things have been ever present, right? And but in the background, as I term it, because when other things come in, and the chart starts getting all buzzy and changes colors and greens and yellows and stuff, those lines are still in the background. The other stuff will look like it covers it over, but when you look close, those lines are consistent. And some of them have been at the same frequency for months. It'll get a little heavier, like the line will get more green. And but now I haven't been as concentrated lately on it. I've just come to assume, like, yeah, let me check. Oh, yeah, there they are again. I don't try to how long or how bright a green or not or whatever. I just have to glance and go, oh, but basically it's still going. It's still basically there. So I do not know what these particular frequencies are that have this constant line across the chart. But it's like it would be like a constant hum at whatever for days on end. Um, and then whatever, looking at the next line down, there's is that I feel like it's a harmonic, meaning that, you play the, um, it's resonating at a certain frequency, which makes something else vibrate at a higher frequency. It's that low C, middle C, high C. What if you hit the right note, they'll all kind of try to be there at once. So, but it's still, the musical note is still a C. So, whatever that background is, though, to me, I think that's alien. I mean, I literally, in my watching and thinking and observing satellites and sunspots and stuff, like now, that chart is so nice and smooth, nothing going on except them lines. Why them lines when they're not always there? But they have become like when I just saw it. Hey, Michelle, how are you? I can hear the electricity. Yeah, ain't that it's a crackling kind of sort of noise, ain't it? Each frequency have a distant color. Yes, you're right, Steve. Well, of the parts for the Patriot. I should say not. I had a clearance to work in the clean room. Oh yeah, okay, I got you. I understand. And um, I used to work for a company that furnished Pratt and Whitney, Rolls Royce, and some other engines with fan blades. So interesting that many of us have worked in some kind of. Mine wasn't rocketry, but it did have to do with jets, and military jets too. So, but we were never near anywhere that was secure. But the parts that we made were under strict, folks weren't supposed to copy the prints or whatever. But anyway, but yeah. So there's, when I was early this morning, Travis or whoever might remember, I was like, and somebody made the comment, there's, many of us have things in common that it's like, what? You mean you worked in? Yeah, me too. And you, and you worked in the field that's related. Wow. Ain't that interesting? Right. So it's just interesting that many of us have never met except for here, but we have similar things in our lives. And I just think that's something else that draws us together because, if you work with machines or you've worked in some way in the aircraft business, even if it's just delivering parts or something, but you were associated with something. So it's like, wow, we literally all have that somehow in common. That's interesting. uh you know but to the point though, I think in the universe of things, it just helps us to find each other. You know what I mean? It's like, so folks who do cars or people who bake bread, they, wow, you break too. Yeah, I break bread. And I just burn bread. I can't bake bread. God almighty. I can cook stews and chops but I cannot bake. Honey, I just cannot do that. This place had automated doors every couple of feet. Oh my God. Wow, that's interesting. Every 30 days I did the inspection on the trailers with the new in them. Wow, gee, that's a lot of fun. Oh, look. Hey, Mom, there's hair falling out the left side of my head here. Wait, is that the left side or the right side? Don't know. But anyway, so for those of you folks though, so you can feel a difference, right? Um, Now, the reason I bring this up also as a follow up and having looked at the Schumann resonance, going, it's just so odd that it's so clear, except for them lines. And them lines have been there on and off, very constant for years now. I was noticing it back when Brian was still alive and back before, we got, put on restriction, so this ain't something new, but to observe it and go, damn, it's still going on, and it's like really being persistent some more. And what it tells me is there's something out yonder somewhere pointed in our direction that has a constant hum to it. Hum, and it's showing up because the human resonance is the resonance of the earth or of what's happening, right? So, if you've ever heard or played a Chinese water bowl thingy, and you get it just right, and that that tone that comes out, and if you don't do it right, or there's too much water in some of the bowls or something, you can't make it sing. So, but when you hit that right frequency, boy, the bowl just the whole thing just so the earth is reacting that way. But for me, I got to ask the question. The sun's doesn't seem by other charts and things to have anything pointed right at us like a direct energy weapon. Um, that would cause that resonance in the earth. Now, I thought about CERN, but CERN wasn't up and running 2 or 3 years ago when I first noticed this and started watching those lines in the background, right? So the lines are persistent. But now, if CERN was running some kind of test or something, could that whatever they're doing in large spinning magnets and things, could it affect the resonance some way, like help the bell to ring a little louder kind of thing or whatever? Or vice versa, it could dull something as well as like kind of like muffle it. Uh, but as far as it being consistent, CERN goes up and down, it does charges and things. The whatever is creating the lines on the Schumann are very persistent because they're the same. It doesn't fluctuate. Now, it just shows this line across the thing. If you could um I don't think you could do it with their chart because it's just this thing that goes up and down, right? So it's sort of like a earthquake kind of thing. So, um, but if you could zoom way into it, you and if the needle were very fine, you probably would see it, even though it looks like a straight line. It's probably going like this. It's probably vibrating. So it's like, and it looks like a straight line, but there's a modulation in there that's going up and down. But at the moment, it just looks like a straight line. But anyway, so where's those beams coming from? I mean, they're right at us. They're very specific as to how the resonance shows up. WTF that's in our solar system that's pointing stuff at us. Now you say, well, all these other, um, you know, energy waves from the galaxy and stuff, and this and that, blah blah blah. Okay, they can affect us. I absolutely believe that. But if someone were to like drive you nuts, or like really want to get a point across, they would focus on one frequency that would drive you nuts. You know, that's enough, but it's like that's what's happening. Don't know where. I surely don't know how, but it ain't coming from the sun. Okay. That's obvious because the sun is pulsing and doing this number and it's alive and dancing. Whatever is showing up on the Schumann is being pointed at us from somewhere. At have no idea um, exactly why. Now it could be. Think about this. As I've seen it, if you kept a frequency focused on something, wouldn't you? Couldn't you get a glass to break? Couldn't you get, if you use sound with the particular frequency, especially if it was modulating correctly, um, that you can drill holes through mountains and walls and stuff, right? So, what if this is a what if, right? What if one of these big objects between us and the sun, and I've seen much evidence of it myself without a telescope, just observing the sky, but and sunsets. What if somebody up there um, had think sci-fi? They've got this particle beam in a spaceship somewhere, and they focus this beam on it, and what does it do? It disrupts the tectonic plates on the planet. And Spock and Kirk have to go in and put these things. There was a particular one of the earlier, I mean, early Star Trek where the Spock went down and blah blah blah, and he was supposed to set this instrument, and something happened. Anyway, you know the drill. But that it was a sonic thing, and that somebody had been pointing something at the planet. Well, for over all these years with sci-fi and everything, it's been they shoot these energy beams at asteroids and blow them up. And then, in some of the stories, then they go around and, mine the asteroids and pick up the particles and, that kind of thing. So if this has been in the eye and mind of sci-fi on many different levels and for many, 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 many years. I mean, going way back into the days of late 40s and 50s with Robert Heinlein, that some of the science fiction stories that he wrote, that like Starship Troopers and stuff. Okay, um, the idea though that there were folks who had these ideas wherever they were at the time in the quantum knowledge vault thing, right? Uh, didn't have fast computers and, word was slow to get around. And hey, Genevieve, how are you? Um, oh, hey, David Castle, how are you? Bonjour. Buongiorno. That'd be Italian, wouldn't it? But anyway, so, but you know, uh, too many of us have seen spaceship stuff, pictures, and whatever, your own sightings, other people's, the people that you trust, and just weird stuff, right? So we got a Hawaii volcano went off a couple of days ago again. La Palma is still at it, okey doke. Uh, I'm just glad those are the only two that are really now there are others. There are a lot of active volcanoes at the moment. So what if there's a Darth Vader sitting out there that's got some kind of beam, can't see it, but it's at this modulation, and they just got it planted, pointed at the Earth. And you say, well, Dave, Hawkeye, that's just flipping absurd. Okay, then you explain to me why those lines are on the chart and have been there for years, where something like that would actually occur in the universe as stable and as direct and as pointed at those particular frequencies. I'm open. I have done a lot of digging in the last 5 years about this, and I'm just like, I some of that absolutely it's coming from here or there or stuff, but some of this and just learning, just understanding about science. I mean, even radio waves can fluctuate some depending on temperatures and this and that and stuff. But having witnessed the chart for the Schumann, now if I could really look down, there's probably jigglies going on, but it doesn't fluctuate and modulate very much on the chart, which means it's a steady beam coming from somewhere. And it's aimed at the earth. And don't know what it is, but you can see it on the chart where that frequency is at. And then further down the chart on the left hand side, when you look at it, you can see the the harmonics or the doubling or middle C up, so the pattern's there. It's like I was talking about the other night, the invisible giants. You can't see some of this stuff, but you can tell by the footprints. And the footprint of something's going on is because it's so consistent. And it has been there for a long time before other events. And in order to get that type of thing, um, to get it that constant at that frequency, somebody's got something at that frequency going on for the, or it might be like half the frequency and as the modulation heads, um, uh, you know, um, like if you don't have the right amount of water and them singing, you know, um, glasses and bowls and stuff. So um, it's got to be the right frequency, otherwise it'll be dulled, right? So, but in watching these certain frequencies, they pretty much stayed right there for years. But they will get brighter and then they'll fade to almost go away. And then, of course, we get bombarded with some really heavy duty stuff that just, just fills the chart with all kinds of funky colors. Um, but when I first started watching the Schumann, those lines would only appear like once a month or something. You'd go, oh, look, there's a line across there. And then it would go away. And it would just be up and down lines, and then boom, there'd be one for a couple of days or a week straight across at whatever particular frequency. But these last 2.5 years sort of thingy, that I've been watching, they've been there. you know um, like I said, lines are thicker, meaning the resonance is like really loud, and then it's almost like they turn the volume down, and but it's still, it's still singing, just quieter. Where's that shit coming from? Outer space, that's for sure. I don't think, because of how the machine picks up outside interference that resonates with the earth. Now, what if um, someone was pointing something on the earth to, to into the earth at different frequencies? And that it's like, was who was it? Steve, I think, said there's some machines or something not too far from him. Well, late at night at this time of year, the cotton gin that's like 6 miles as the crow flies to the west of me, I can hear the machines running at night. And you go outside and looking up at the stars, and it's like, what the hell? So I followed the machine noise one time and drove into Meg's, right? And it's the cotton gin, all the machines and the noise, and they run 24/7 during the cotton season like this, to get all the cotton gin just quick and put up and all that, and get it out of temporary storage with seeds and stuff. And anyway, the cotton can go bad, so they want to get it ginned and baled as quick as possible. But anyway, so the noise of the machines, right, carries 6, 7 miles easy. And so Those are sound waves. Well, you shouldn't be able to hear. Well, I don't have any train tracks nearby. The nearest train tracks, guess what? Over in Meg's. Guess what? That's like over there where the mill is. Late at night, I can hear a train going by and it whistle blow way off in the distance, like the song says. You hear that lonesome whistle blow, and like, so where's the nearest railroad track? Well, going towards Moultrie, there ain't none. But so the nearest tracks are again in Meg's, 7 miles away. Um, so sound really travels. I can hear a whistle blow late at night from a train that's 7 miles away. Yes. So, energy waves, light waves, sound waves, they all will relate. Now, could I hear anything like that in the middle of the day? The sound is still there, but there's other ambient noises that I can't hear that train go by. But at night when it's quieter and so forth, so those noises that might otherwise get muffled out with just daytime stuff is clear as a bell at night. And not just here, but in other parts of the country. It's one of them facts. So when you take into consideration, you go, that train's 7 miles away and I can still hear it. Understand that what about all these waves and energies and stuff that you would not believe that is out there because the train's 7 miles away, you know. Well, but the planet's over here and the universe is over there, and we can't really be picking up this stuff. Well, okay, but they've got enough monitors out there now that it, it's really hard to deny the science because the science over time has shown a pattern. So, oh, look, we can see the sun. Okay, that's really good. Oh, and we can 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 detect some of these energies waves. Okay, and look what it is today. Okay, fine. But for me, like with the Schumann resonance, ooh, it's really up today. Okay, but what's been going on a regular basis? What has been persistent? You know, nobody's talked about that. A lot of folks talk about the Schumann. They ain't nobody talking about, and I've been talking about it for years now. What are those lines in the background, right? Um, where's that particular frequency coming from? Is it coming from planet X? Maybe. I mean, honestly, well, okay, maybe. There might be another dark star out there that is the Mau Mau Mui Mui, that was an alien spaceship, period. And a lot of other, like that Harvard guys talking about it again. And when I saw it coming in, I was like, that ain't no comet. And then when it started spinning, because something hit it, another entity attacked the damn thing because it was headed for, guess where? Us. It was headed for Earth. And the good guys knocked it out, made it started tumbling, and where they kept projecting that thing to go, it didn't even go that way. It went shooting up in another direction, and the scientists were like, "It wasn't supposed to do that." The reason is they got part of their engine started and they went where they wanted to go. Like, okay, all right, Mr. Scott, and give me what you got. Well, I've only got Wharf One, Captain, but we could, pull it. Well, we'll give her a try. Okay, we've only got impulse power, Captain. All right, well, head us to the next other star, Scotty, or Mr. Sulu, right? Okay. And folks just really don't want to, like, come on, Hawkeye. That's just bullshit. It's just science fiction. Okay. But for those of us who have observed things and stuff over the years, come on, guys. you know. Um, and somebody asked me a question the other day about disclosure. And I would like to say this, for those of you who, who know who Dante is, and the channel and so forth. And he's just on winter vacation, by the way. The channel always gets shut off during around this time of year. Don't worry, there hasn't been any bad news or anything that's come across. But anyway, um, but they are very much in the middle of a big ass war. So, and shit's happening all the time. Um, so, with the Flash and the Mater, they're very, want to fight all the time, don't give a crap. There is no humanitarian, Klingons are more humanitarian than either one of these two groups, right? And so, and they feel that they have certain claims to this planet and territories and stuff. And, no, that's not true. It just, now to them it does, because their contracts go back a long time. And well, we were given this edge of the solar system as part of our domain. And the word domain has showed up in other ET stuff, that the old guard, the Darth Vader of the long time ago ish, that it was the domain and the dominion. And that has showed up in some sci-fi movies and stories and stuff. The Dominion, I think it was in Star Trek, where they were this weird group. And anyway, but from ET stuff and one of the alien interviews from way back, it was discussed that the really old guard, who was like warring and like Darth Vader kind of thing, was finally died out and kind of sort of conquered. But on the outskirts of the solar system, like we are, there were outposts and things, and sort of like the Japanese guy they found in the jungle like 15 or 20 years after World War II was over. And he didn't know that the war was over. There were no telephones or anything, and he was living in a cave, and he just thought, it was still going on, and nobody told, you know, and he was secret and being a spy, and it'd been over. So, which would make you really kind of feel stupid, but the fact that the idea that some of these quote alien things are too far fetched. Well, if you've accepted the fact that there are aliens and UFOs and they don't belong to us per se, then you must accept they got some really cool stuff, because they just go pew and they're gone, right? They don't use any propulsion. There's no rockets involved. There's no this, and there's a lot of information and a lot of proof that they use water as one of the components for their drives. Water. You see them close to the ocean. You see them hovering over lakes and stuff. Why? Because they use water for their gasoline. However they promote it, do it, whatever their system is. But maybe it's they get hydrogen off of it, which would be kind of an obvious thing. And if you had a really good converter, then whatever fueled it, who knows? But here's the thing: too many of people have seen the videos of the great big things, putting its tail into the sun and drawing plasma and other things. There are a lot of, a lot of not necessarily circumstantial evidence, but it's on a lot of videos of a lot of our satellites that we trust, that solar flare looks right, as it's coming towards the Earth, going to be here in a few minutes. We trust that solar flare that shows up on the thing, that's accurate. So if the solar flare, as we observe it, is real, then ain't that sphere that shows up next to the solar flare, and is like siphoning stuff off? Oh no, no, that's a blip. Really? But all this other activity on the sun, that's good. But this little orb down here, which is like 3 or 4 times bigger than the Earth, that oh well, that's an anomaly. That's just something. You betcha, it's an anomaly. So people will say, "Well, yeah, I think we're being visited by aliens." But then when you mention some kind of to them would be like an absurd, well, alien, that's not possible. Well, okay, but none of us really know what them aliens has got. We know they can fly around in space really quick. They can shimmer and mirror themselves to where they disappear. They have a cloaking device. They go in and out of the water just boom like it ain't nothing. And so a lot of characteristics of UFOs, or now it's UAVs or something like that, unidentified aerial phenomenon. Is that like stupid? They got to change the name. Ain't it the same thing, right? Oh, it's aerial phenomena. Okay, ain't that aerial phenomena? Doesn't that mean that it flies like a unidentified flying object? Oh, this is so stupid, right? Carrie Berry, hey, how are you? There was a huge angular orb on the other side of the field a few nights ago. Never saw one that big. There was standing up on my arms. Yeah, there is some really big stuff out there. And but here's the thing. So those folks who will accept, well, okay, there's okay, so there's aliens, then so there are UFOs. Okay, but somehow that these same aliens that now they will agree because of all this other evidence, they fly and do this stuff, and we don't know what to use for gas, but yeah, they get around. Um, but then if you say, well, they've got this exotic weapon, oh well, yeah, that's impossible. Well, they could, like some kind of alien ship sitting out there, and it's just in some kind of synchronous orbit, just basically sitting there following the Earth, and it's got some kind of sonic beam directed at the Earth, and somebody just flips the switch, and it just goes hum for days and days and days and days, for whatever the reason. What? Well, that's it. That's impossible. Is it? Now, what I find impossible is like, why would they do that? Well, sound waves are used for cleaning, like ultrasonic and stuff, like jewelry, is a lot that you can have these ultrasonic, it vibrates the water and so forth. And so, and that vibrational thing is used in a lot of stuff in industries and things. It's a lot more widespread than not, depending on what needs to be cleaned or done or checked or whatever. So, but using sound, right? So that's is yes, we already use it and have used it for quite some time. Guess what? In the jewelry and cleaning and that kind of thing. So you don't have to get in there and blah blah. So all right, we've proven that. A lot of study about, you can help heal yourself with certain frequencies and listen to the modulation, right, Isby? Are you out of here? Good night, everyone. Um, World War One. Yeah, I remember back in the 70s of the cattle mutilations happened. Yeah, yeah. No, I did never found one. Um, They still happen occasionally. I mean, over in the UK, there are like sheep that are just like weird like that. Yeah, and Linda Moulton Howe has talked about. One of her first subject was about cattle mutilization way back in the day. But that's just freaky, creepy. But um, for whatever they're doing it, um, they're studying stuff. Okay, quite, um, I hope at least whatever that was cut up, it was at least dead. You know what I mean, and not alive. And that they were at least that merciful. But some of them grays and things and stuff, they're just very mechanical. A lot of evidence that some of these grays are they were created with energy as we all are. I mean, if you take mud from the ground and clay and mold it and turn it into a face or a sculpture or something, um, it's like, ooh, wow. But otherwise, it's just clay. Until you touch it, it's just clay. So there are things in the universe that can be molded, right? Aside from certain creatures that may have a weird way of eating the organs or blood of the animal without leaving any kind of. Yeah. Here's the thing, it might not be the same ones every time. Like, there could be different planets from different spaces, and they might get a call, on the alien radio and go, "Hey, there's this place called Earth, Earth, or I don't know, it's some kind of planet that got a lot of hell of a lot of water on it. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you can skip your spaceship right across them waves. It's a ball. Yeah, we body surfed one time. Yeah, some little island called Hey We E or something. The locals call it Hey YE or something. Now they got a big, you know, molten rock thing that shoots, stuff into the air. I think they call it volcano or something. I don't know. We don't know their language much, but hey, they got this, delicacy down there in some little place up in, they call Montana and Wyoming, and that there are these critters called cattles, you know. And man, we take our little surgical knife, and let me tell you, that's some good eating. You know, them mountain oysters. Oh my God, and they got a thing called an anus. Man, it's black anus. That's some of the best steak I've ever had. Black anus. Oh wait, no, what? No, that's Angus. I'm sorry. Sorry, Fred. We got that wrong. Uh, okay, that's alien talk, right? But we don't know what's in their crazy minds or who they are, what the purpose is, but they're doing it. We know that. They could literally be, this is, a special dessert for their king or some shit. It's a delicacy. Let's cut open some human brains and serve it as for dessert. Like the one Indiana Jones where they had the monkey brain sitting there like, "Woo, come on, grab your spoon, everybody." And in some parts of the world, that's like a delicacy. Just couldn't do it. Couldn't eat the brains of anything, I don't think. I haven't so far that I know of, but I understand that if if you're hungry and you killed a deer or whatever, slaughtered an animal, you toss that mess into the stew. Just kind of stir it up and okay, don't let nothing go to waste back in the old days. So the cattle mutilization and things, um, it's just dang peculiar. That's absolutely true. But oh, it's for the DNA. Then why a cow or why a sheep, right? And haven't you done this enough times in other places and locations on the planet that why don't you just pick one of them sons of bitches up and take it back with you and take skin samples that you need them? And why those particular areas, right? It's almost like, you know, I want some shark fin soup. Don't give a crap about the rest of the shark, but I want shark fin soup. So, they kill all the sharks for just the fins. But could it be? We have weird customs and things on Earth. Why can't them folks have some weird idiosyncrasies? Why does it always have to be about DNA? Well, if they're smart and they've had all these samples, and why do they keep coming back? Aren't they're supposed to be intelligent? They have spaceships for crying out loud. Why do they keep cutting up these cattle? Maybe it's a delicacy. What? Well, that's impossible. Have no soul. They were given life, but it wasn't life from the creator, from the goddess, from the entity. So it is just basically a fleshy robot of sorts. And so therefore compassion is not loaded into the DNA. Now, are the aliens trying to change our DNA? Is the sun trying to do it? Well, that was one of the things I wanted to mention about the consistency of those lines showing up on the chart. If you wanted to change something, you would focus at whatever frequency that you that you found, for those of us who studied sound frequencies and instead of 440 you use 432 frequency stuff, and the difference makes okay. So it doesn't matter how much you know about it, but that it does exist, and that lots of people have seen the difference, right, of the different tones and how they affect the body in negative or positive ways, right? Most we're looking for the positive ways. So what if those idiots out there in space are trying to find stuff to agitate us? Okay. Think about, a magnifying glass and an ant pile, watching them little suckers burn, so they're out there with them giant spaceships that, 3 or 4 times the size of Earth, and somebody's up there going, uh, "Hey Joe, yeah, you got that did you get that energy beam thing? Yeah, I snuck one out of the supply thing. You know, I'm gonna set it up in my window in my room, and I'm gonna aim it at this ball down here that's like 1/3 our size, and just shoot a beam at it, see what happens. I want to watch the ants run around. Couldn't that be possible? Oh no, that's just too far fetched. Okay, don't we exhibit some of those habits ourselves on the planet? Just different parts of the world. Kids are frying ants with with magnifying glasses. I mean, just stuff. We're curious human beings, and there are lots of, regardless of where on the planet, there are folks doing similar things as like the 88th monkey kind of deal. It's the 100th monkey, but um, and that no matter where the monkey is, he gets to learn the new trick. So there's this one group of monkeys hanging around this one spot, and so after the 100th monkey, they all know to go wash their food or whatever it is, right? But what about monkeys on the other side of the island that never met this group? They all of a sudden know how and wash their fruit. So, and they're not attached. They're not there. They don't share a physical, hey, Joe, hey, monkey, come over here. Let me show you how to wash this fruit off. It's really good for you. They learn it through the ether, through the quantum. The 100th monkey is because after 100 monkeys learn it, that's enough mass of thought or learning that the other monkeys it just becomes natural. Right, that's some shit, right? But that's my point in talking about some of these weird things these last few days. That folks will deny that there are certain waves or vibrations or whatever and stuff, but they got a cell phone. Well, how does my cell phone ring at a particular number only? It's a tiny little thing called a frequency, right? My cell phone is programmed with a number that vibrates only at that frequency. So nobody else's phone in the room or wherever goes off. Now, back in the day when we had party lines, literally lines and 4 or 5 people, 6 people in the neighborhood, all, shared whatever the common ground was between them. But now everybody's got private lines. Well, that takes a little bit more stuff to separate all those. So, but every single number is its own frequency. So, no matter how close the numbers are, they're still different. Cell phones, 20 people can stand around talking on their device to different people in different places, and we don't hear each other's conversations through the frequencies. Well, but then that's obvious. We just don't pay attention to that. It's happening all the time. But if you try to explain to somebody that, well, somebody could be, sending a tone in our direction. Oh, that's stupid. They couldn't do that, or blah, 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 blah. No. Okay. I'm just saying. If you want to get 5G or 4G, you have to find towers that are putting out that signal because you ain't going to get it unless there's a 4 or 5G tower there. Otherwise, it's just going to be a regular signal, right? Use your phone and text, but maybe not watch a movie or really slow movie like Hi there, my name is Hawkeye. Anyway, so or what my hi, one of them. Uh, if the roadkill is still fresh, yes, absolutely, it is. Yep. There used to be this old man, and he would always make what he called roadkill stew. Yep, I've eaten raccoon. I have eaten possum. Possum is way too greasy for me. Um, and it's like, okay, I've eaten armadillo. Uh, they're a biatch to cook. Unless you do it the Native American way, where they just build a fire and throw the sucker on and cook it till it's done, and all the hair and stuff, and it's burned off. They don't have to clean and so not a bad idea. But if you was really hungry, I mean really hungry, like ain't eaten a couple of days like I've been, roadkill looks real inviting. And let me tell you, it might have maggots on it and stuff. It'd be green around the edges, but when you boil it for 20 minutes or whatever germ was in it ain't there no more. And it now becomes a stew, you know. But yeah. Hey, ladies Spitfire. Um, well, oh, two longs and a short, Steve, for your party line kind of thing. Yeah. They do eat armadillos, but it has something to do with the shell. They have to rot enough to get in them because they can't peck the outside. So they're just a pain in the ass. So it's like, um, how um, some eggs when you boil them and you go to try to peel, you peel them, and no matter what you do, it's like, and it just tears off into other pieces, and you just fight forever to get the damn um, shell off of the boiled egg, right? And some eggs they just peel right off, and you pick up another and in the same pan, and it won't come off for squat. So it's like when it becomes too difficult, you just chunk it. But so, buzzards ain't stupid if there's something else that they don't have to work real hard at. the underbelly is just skin on an armadillo, but it's still pretty damn tough, you know. So if it ain't rotted enough for the buzzer to get his head in there, they'll just let it cook a little longer and almost to a soup. I know that's gross, but anyway. So how y'all doing? Oh my God, I missed a 20. I'm gonna hit this again. So are you feeling wiggly jiggly yet? So it was just even interesting the last couple of evenings when I've had these weird conversations and discussions about energies and so forth, and how they kind of laid it out for me to see. And now a couple of days later, it's like it's unfolding in some kind of way. I haven't figured it out yet, but I'm here tonight to say that I have been a little wiggly jiggly today, you know, and joking around, and when Justin Cox or Cox Justin I just have been laughing and giggling, and I've noticed that where we went today, in the tax office and here and there, that in general people had a small smile on their face versus grumpy. Now, we ran into a couple of stern faced gentlemen. Hey, Roman, how are you? Oh, Teresa would be puking. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I understand it. Oh, let me catch you up a little bit about the deer hide my neighbor graciously brought to me. I've been soaking it in ashes from the fireplace and mixing it and dumping it out and adding more water and dumping it out and add more water. And because one of the old techniques I had read about was that water can't hurt it, as long as you don't let the water get stagnant and flies. And no, you don't want rotting water. Well, regardless of how many times I changed the water, it was a plastic garbage can that I put this deer skin in and put it under the water. Uh, in dumping it out over here by the shed where I have easy access to the water hose, when I dumped it out the other day to get the hair off, it has left the funkiest smell, kind of sort of like of death rotted something that's been cooked, or I don't know, but it's like, and I dumped it right outside. So I learned a big lesson. Don't, if I ever do this again, don't freaking do that. Take the water hose and it somewhere away from the house because that shit stinks. The hair and it's sitting and kind of rotten or whatever, but the hair came right off. But it's like, oh, holy crap. So, don't do it right by the back door, dummy. And I thought, well, the smell will go away in a day or so, right? It's still there. And I swear to God, it's just as strong. This afternoon, it was like, not too bad. Tonight, went outside just a little bit ago with Duggar before he started. Oh my God, it's like the smell is 5 times worse than it was this afternoon. And why? I don't know. It's cool outside. You'd think that stank had kind of die down. Oh, good Lord, have mercy. So, but the skin looks good at the moment. I have to work it and see whether or not it will be suitable for my use as a drum. And Rob and I, when we went into town to pay our taxes, discussed how, because I was telling him the method on how I learned to do it through a drum maker. And I apprenticed and built about between 35 and 50 drums. I built some 16-inch drums and then some 12-inch drums. And the 12-inch drums were a whole lot easier, and I could snap one of them things together for me really easy. The 16-inch drums, a lot more pulling and stretching, and but anyway, I want to make a frame, and I've got he gave me some strips of cedar wood, and um, to have a drum made with the sacred cedar tree, that would be like the epitome of a shaman. To have a drum would be, a deer skin that was especially shot, kind of thing, as a gift to me to make a drum, and then to have the gift of cedar come from someone else to make a drum, and these different spirits and things and combinations, and my energy in working and so forth to make the drum, um, and by all rights and reasons, that would be a sacred drum if it comes to full fruition. So but we're working on that. So I got to do a setup. If Rob's got time, he's a cabinet maker and got a really nice shop and more space than I do. And he's like, "Well, I'll just come get you and we'll come over here in the shop and screw around for an hour or so and cut some wood. And I got some strips. We'll get the angle down and how the length and that kind of thing, and glue us up a one." Because it's been quite a few years since I was up there and did it, but I do have my drum to use as a pattern, and it ain't that hard, but there are a couple little tricks along the line. You just don't cut these things and whoop them together, and there you go. And it's more than that, because if you're not really careful, the drum will turn out oblique. It won't look round at all. It'll be twisted and weird, and there'll be points sticking out, and it just wouldn't look right. So, but anyway, we're working on that. But Lord have mercy, I will never do that. Pour that thing in over there again. I'll go down to the store and buy a big old long hose so I can get it away from the house, and downwind, upwind, away from the stank. Oh, it's stanky. And it reminds me of fried roadkill on a hot summer day down here in South Georgia. That stank. Oh, goodness gracious. Are y'all feeling jiggly yet? How about Jolly Wally? The counties in Kansas had people to call when deers are hit on the road, but lately they stopped because of some kind of disease or something wrong with it. You cook that bitch long enough in a stew, it'll kill whatever, if you're really hungry. You're good but tired. Good. Yeah, there's crazy times, and I was in the one of the stores today, and there were people behind the counter, and there were people waiting in line, and they were all discussing the same topic, but not to each other. You know, the two cashiers was like, somebody in line said, "Well, you got two registers here. Why don't you have another, cashier?" And they were like, "Well, we've been trying to hire people, but we just can't get enough workers." So then the two ladies, cashiers, were talking about that behind the counter, and the people waiting to be waited on are like, how come? And, well, nobody wants to go back to work and blah, blah. So workers talking about the same thing as people standing in line. And I just listening to the two conversation going, now that's just danged interesting. I was just like, what? And they both were feeling the same sentiment, but these two ladies were working, and our workload has increased, and we're not as quick as we were, and they were older in age, and their late 40s 50s ish folk, not young spry folks that have a lot of energy, but ladies were moving kind of slow at the junction, sort of kind of like Aunt B a little bit. um Actually, the one was a lot more like Aunt B. But anyway, but they were both on the same topic. Can't find enough work. People don't want to get a job, and they were saying that their pay has increased, and so both sides of the aisle are talking about the same thing, and how they talked about it in that 5-10 minute period there in the store. Oh, and there was a change of shift, and so they had to can't change the cash box out, and they had to while my friend was waiting on me in the car. I can only hope the buzzers live here now and wait for a buffet after a sinkhole takes out the town. Mega warehouse being built in hopes of tenants is how the newspaper put it. Oh, you mean it's one of them giant buildings, speculative um, Spitfire? Yeah, there's a bunch empty buildings around in a lot of towns where governments or whatever, and somebody will come up with a proposal and they'll borrow the money from a bank and it's all legit and stuff to speculate, hoping people will come in. And there are certain places that some of them places, I mean, they had renters for like 6 months or something 5 years ago, and they've been sitting empty ever since. And perfectly good buildings with loading docks, and I mean really not, decent locations with good services, like water and power and all that kind of good stuff, and close into town, and like maybe right on the edge of the city limits, so you'd be out of it, but with all the city services. I mean, just like prime locations, you'd think, but folks just nope. Now, when I was driving around Moultrie the last couple of times, I'm out there on this little old bypass road that the Tylocus Road they call it around here, right? And it just comes from the neighborhood out, and then on the other side of the bypass, there's some older neighborhoods on either side of the road that were just outside of the city limits at the time, but close to Moultrie. And the not the ritzy folk, but the middle class at least and upper, had some 150, $200,000 homes built. They created these little neighborhoods, and they're not exclusive, but they were. And it's kind of sort of still that way. And they have bought some more farmland, and some of these the neighborhoods have been extended because they've added property, or people have bought property adjacent to these places. Anyway, and now they're all annexed as part of the city too, by the way. So this road that just kind of it's farmland on both sides. Now there's a liquor store, now there's a this, now there's a that, now there's this great big compound and this complex business, something, something, and with signs, for future stuff and this and that. And it's like, I used to drive the road every day when I worked for this gentleman that lived in one of the neighborhoods, right? And it was just a nice little mile and a half, 2 mile ride to the bypass. And now there's stuff all around it. I mean, it's like on this little road from, this obscure point of town out to this neighborhood on both sides. Now there's all these businesses, a lot of places with better services that already exist. They're empty. New land, new stuff, tiny little road that now they've widened, and done all this infrastructure. When a mile or so away, there's this old, um, small industrial area with empty buildings with all that stuff already there. Nope, they building on the. So some of this stuff really don't make sense to me. And over the many years, it really still don't make sense to me. But when I was out on the Tylogs highway the other day, I was like, dang, why here? Because in order to put the businesses in that they did, they had to widen the road because the road was so narrow before they started putting all this stuff in. So there's been $1 million worth of road work done. and this and drainage and all this other kind of stuff. And like I said, less than a mile away down the bypass is this little industrial park. It's half empty at least. I don't know, but that's the way it is. But contractors are making money building these buildings, and whoever's doing the lending or whatever, but there are a lot of empty buildings in that industrial sizes, folks with signs say willing to, divides. So if you don't need 100,000 square feet, you can have 20,000. We'll work with you. We got to pay the rent on this place. We got to pay taxes on the empty building. So, and I know of some buildings because I used to work in different areas. I used to deliver parts and things to some of the industrial areas. And I used to work in some of the industrial areas as a machinist and so forth. So, but anyway, um, so over the years, there are some perfectly, really wonderful buildings if a business wanted to move in, but they're picking spots in obscure places to put this stuff. It's just weird. Anyway, but if folks are happy about it, there's just some stuff we as a group will never understand. I mean, we're never going to get it. And I was telling Rob today was we had pulling into the plaza out there. It's now called Belt Plaza, but there's a neighborhood with the golf course and everything, and it's called Sunset Gardens or Sunset. Anyway, the it's and there's a golf course, Sunset. All right. So when they built the this plaza out there with the Belk Hudson, and at the time I think it had a Winn Dixie store and a couple of smaller stores in between. Um, and it was Sunset Plaza. And in one corner of this was a little Chinese restaurant. And got to know the people in there, loved the food, and went and ate there all the time. And the lady said, "We moved from here." And I was like, "Well, are you moving out of town?" "No, no, no. We moved from here, diesel location." I said, "Well, why?" She said, "Well, you see the sign out there?" "Yes." "What did it say?" And I said, "It says Sunset Plaza." "Well, in our country, sunset means the end of the day, the end of whatever. It's the sunset of your life. This place was doomed." She said, little Chinese lady, lovely, wonderful personality. This place, she said, this plaza was doomed when they named it Sunset. And it never really did real well. And it's across the street is this affluent neighborhood, right? And the golf club and all this, and the hospitals out there, and all the, as far as the plaza doing business and all, there's still empty stores there. And there's not a lot of business there. There's the Belk Hudson and the liquor store, and and that's about it. So and it's in the sunset of its days, but they're perfectly good buildings. But anyway, folks building on the other side and whatever, and here's all this stuff. But the Chinese place moved downtown, and I followed their business. And she'd say, "Oh, business much better. Move out of Sunset Place," And I was like, "Thumbs up." But so for the Chinese, for example, so I was like, "Well, then why did you put your restaurant here?" "Oh, no, could find another place in town. Too expensive." We're like, "Okay." But so they stuck it out there in Sunset Plaza, and made a decent living. But folks would say too far to come from town to do lunch, which is true. So the folks that worked in and around downtown, uh, it was just a little farther to drive, not quite as convenient, couldn't walk to it. So they moved to a better location. But so when I talked to them, and they were like, much better, much better. Yeah, more money and more business, and of course they had to pay higher rent and all that, but at least they had an established business. So and watching things develop. And now I don't that they don't exist at all. It was one of those businesses that just kind of sort of just was doing a booming business, and now they ain't there at all. So things have really changed. And with that, the mood of a neighborhood has changed. The mood of the people who work in a town because their favorite restaurant ain't there no more, or their favorite little burger joint, that sat over on the corner or whatever, is not there any longer. Just things have changed. And to my friend Rob, when we were driving around town, I said, that used to be a something something, and blah 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 blah. When the feed store that I still go to, it used to be downtown, and now it's out further out because things changed downtown. All the old tobacco warehouses and stuff that used to be like prime business in places like right downtown, the buildings are gone. They're just vacant lots. There's nothing there now in many of these locations. But the powers that be didn't want them standing, and they didn't want to pay tax on a building. So if you tore the building down, now it's just a lot. So your property tax is a lot less. So they just been tearing shit down left and right. So all the old structures and places that were kind of groovy, could have been, fixed up or whatever. No, they tore it down because it was too old, and and crumbling and insurance. But Moultrie sells itself as a town with history. Yeah, the history is that they tore it all down and that there is no history anymore. It's very strange. But so people do strange things, but the energies and stuff that are coming in, my observations with all the different places we went and visited today, and watching folks interact with other people and stuff, and it was basically happy, even discussing like, we can't get people to work, and the two ladies were obviously in their own way stressed because their work had been, so, but that basically, as the holly jolly, they were aggravated, but nobody was really mad, you know the argument was like, well, between the kids or whatever, like grandma, blah blah blah, and it was just like hush up. But she was scolding them, but now come on, my grandchildren, to act better in the store, and so, but she was firm and like, no, you can't do that. Please put that down. And but she was still a happy person, and I swear to God, I thought she was flirting with me. I was like, what? Every time I turned around, she was like, I caught her looking at me, and I was like, really? Maybe another day or time, but really, Granny, you're looking at me? Like, whoa, okay. I just smiled. I thought it was cute. Um, but, it was, so the whole day has just been odd, weird, but not really a bad day, even though not everything went exactly as I would like to have had it go. It's still okay. I got the information I needed to proceed to the next level. I got the taxes paid. Oh my God. I have learned something about this, and so very informative. And hang on, I want to cover one other thing about the energy waves and how I am feeling particularly, and I want to discuss it because of kratom. I talked about it kind of sort of briefly on one of the shows a little while back. And I said I would keep you all posted with my experiment, right? There are a lot more people who are a lot more versed on the subject of kratom. So, but as a novice in this, however, having had lots of medicines for aches and pains and things over the years, I have experience with testing shit, you know, on my body, right? So, uh, see what I mean? Yeah, okay, let's laugh about something else. But so in our looking around, went to the cigarette shop up there in Sunset Plaza, which is now Belt Plaza. So they took, for whatever the reason, they took Sunset off of the sign after 30 or 40 years of it being Sunset Plaza. It's now Belk. But so I'd had this one package of the Mangdong Kratom Silver. It's the green vein, for those of you who know anything at all about this. Now, dear Rob was like, well, this is really expensive in the capsules, and if you buy the powder, it's like, okay. And I haven't been able to, how many pills and what the dosage is and the packaging and stuff. I'm still new at this. But I know that the package I bought about a month ago lasted me about a month because there was, guess what, 30 pills in the container. So this particular container has 60 in it, okay? OPM, right? OPMs, optimized plant um, mediated solutions. Yes, it's mediated, not medicated. So I'm reading the back of this thing. Uh, they say nothing about it. It is a what? How does it say it? It's really curious. Botanical kratom capsules. But it's the fact that this is a botanical specimen. It's what it says. So instead of it saying I'm a pill or whatever, it's a botanical specimen in a clear capsule. They don't say anything about should you take it, eat it, put it in the window and watch it grow, feed it to your cats, or add it to the fertilizer when you water your plants. Absolutely nothing on this package to indicate what you should do with this. Nothing. The fact that it's in a capsule suggests that you eat it or something because it's in a capsule. So you would assume by the capsule thing that it's like a vitamin, but there's absolutely nothing on these packages about it, right? Which is like it keeps there's no way they can get in trouble. I mean, because there ain't nothing on here that could make them liable in any way. This is a biological specimen, and there's 30 tablets and certain grains or grams or whatever per thing, and blah blah. And there it is. That's it. Well, what do I do with it? I don't know. But there's 30 of them in this pack. Okay. So, but anyway, I took that one a day with kind of sort of my regular meds, which was like maybe one or two 200 milligram ibuprofen um, to help with swelling and backaches. Where I used to take, two or three 800 milligram per day, and now I'm taking like 400 milligram, maybe 600 milligram per day versus 800 two or three times a day. So my dose is way low. And I wanted to take these to replace the ibuprofen. My usage, my even though my usage is minimal, it is consistent with the ibuprofen and what it does to the liver and things and stuff. So these items are my replacement, quote, painkiller um, for aspirin and or ibuprofen. So the Mangda for the one that I took for the last month, especially these last couple of days when I ran out and I didn't have whatever it was providing, I've absolutely noticed that I just didn't quite have the energy or something. Something was off, right? I was obviously moving a little slower, feeling okay. My mood was all right, but just sluggish somehow. And I was like, now, and is that because I'm not taking it? And after a couple of days of being out, I'm like, is this sluggishness due to the fact that I haven't taken it? So, but now that I've taken one, as soon as we got to the place, I took some as soon as I got in the truck, and so within an hour or so of being out and finishing shopping and stuff, I noticed a pick me up per se that um, where the things that I did today normally would have worn me down a little bit more, I think. And I got home, and after taking it, I was like, I didn't necessarily feel like running the mile, but Duggar and I walked up the driveway right after dark, and it was nice and chilly, and the moon and the thing, and I literally ran down part of the driveway and across the yard. I mean, all the way. And I was like, well, now, is this because I just took this Mang Da of a couple hours ago? Has it made that much change in me? From the way it felt yesterday and earlier today. So is this stuff working really that good? You know? So I'm here to tell you something after I started taking this again. Uh, Now, mixed with the energy things, I have to consider this brand. And now that there are 60 capsules in this package, my intention was to up my dosage to two a day and to see what the effects were versus just one a day, which everybody's saying one a day ain't really nothing. Well, it did have an effect on me to the point where I want to try two a day. Um, and if my truck had been running whatever, I would have went back down there and got some more to increase my dosage, right? To see what two a day would do, as far as now some of these, the green vein and of this vein and that, I really don't understand it all. I really don't. But the different veins have different blends, and that some of them are one particular vein, as it says here. This is the green vein. I don't know the blue or purple. I really don't know. Okay, but I do know that there are different styles of the kratom. It's all kratom based, but it's how it's prepared or mixed or whatever, right? The process. So some of them have um, a little something in them that to help elevate the mood. It's a mood elevator, not just a like a pain kind of sort of killer thing. So it's a painkiller and a mood elevator. And I was like, oh, really? So I can tell simply by taking one of these today. Actually, I took another one here just a little bit ago. Actually, it's been 2 hours, over 2 hours now. But um, and so I'm obviously a little up and kind of bouncing around a little bit, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. So not necessarily a time for me to be bouncy after having a really long day yesterday and like not getting to bed until 8 o'clock this morning and then being up at 11 and out and about and doing stuff today. So I should actually be like really, really, really freaking tired. Now I don't want to stay on here long because I know I need to lay down because I have not had enough sleep today. And so I don't if I overdo it, then I'll suffer 3 days to overcome, a hyper day, if you will. Now I have this other type of kratom, and it's a silver vein thing, optimized plant solutions. And this is 15 grams and stuff. I'm still learning about the quantity. Now, people are saying, oh, buy the powder and it's much cheaper. But now here's the thing that um, I I told several people about. I said, well, why don't you get the powder? And I was like, for an old person like me who sometimes can't, my articulation with my hands and stuff is not so good, that the convenience of the capsule for me at my age and not having to mess with powders and mixing and stuff like that. Yes, this is more expensive, but it's really easy and convenient. For me, there's a lot to be said right there. Okay. So I'm going to look into powder forms when I go to Thomasville today now and go to the other store which actually their product was cheaper. And so I'm go in there and visit Miss Jennifer because her name's the same as my niece. And that was that wonderful black lady I said I met when I was in there. But anyway, and go down there because she had more information by talking with her customers, which one was this or that or this. But the end result is she had three different types, blends or whatever. Where we were at today, only had two. So I want to go down and buy a large bag of maybe I might buy the powder to find out just how easy or hard it may be to deal with. Some other folks in the store today were like, some people just don't like the taste. They mix it with this or their coffee or whatever, and then somebody said, "Well, it tastes like green, sort of like a green tea kind of thing." And it was like, well, okay. Um, it's not so much the taste, but trying to fiddle with a powder, and if it blows all over and you spill it, and it's for old people, it's not as easy as what it might have been, for me 5 or 10 years ago. Oh, I just whipped this up, and where now it's like, where's that damn spoon? And oh crap, I spilled it all over. That's an issue now. So I might stick with the capsules, but those are my reasons. But I have taken one of this Malay Special Reserve Mitragna Speciosa. Um, it just says silver, where this one says green vein. Okay, so whatever there's slight differences in mix or however they process it. Um, so I took one of these after I took a second one of these, and I got to be honest with you, a couple hours ago, and I would again energies or whatever. I have been seeing little things in the corner of my eyes, not out of the corner of my eyes or in my peripheral vision. I'm seeing flash by in my front vision, right? So a couple hours ago, stuff was really happening. And I was like, really? The combination of this stuff in a slight way remember what reminds me of I've eaten some mushrooms and I'm starting to get high. And you can tell, whoops, you know, here in a little while, I'm going to be blasted. And not that's not my intent with these things, but I can absolutely tell a difference. So we'll see, because I realize that I do not need to be outside doing 10 and 12-hour days, which is what I used to do a lot. But if I had 2 or 3 hours in a day, that I was really good and productive, I could achieve so much. And here lately, an hour and a half of like, really kicking it is like really tough on me. But as I was running down the hill tonight, I was like, Lord Jesus, if this stuff helps me to where I could like run across the field. Now I've been running across it, but tonight I like picked up speed rather than just trotting. Um, because I felt this little extra energy boost and I thought, well, let's see if I can like not run at top speed, but instead of just like jogging along, I actually ran. And so I was like, dang, when was the last time I really ran this fast? I'm freaking 16, 9 and a quarter ish going on half. Got to keep the joke running. Um, and it makes me feel this good. Holy crap. Well, there's about $60 here with these two packages. I know I can do better with the price, but I can buy this over the counter biological specimen and it's going to help me like this. Sold. So, anyway, that's why I'm acting so odd tonight out of oddness for me, is because I've had these two different flavors today. And also we've got weird energies going on, but so part of this video was for me to like, how y'all feeling? And I've been talking for the last 2 hours, and you all have responded as far as feelings and energies and stuff. But now I'm bringing this into the equation, is that for me, as my comparison, part of my behavior today with the Wiggly Jigglies are the result of this. Not both of them, because I took this one first because I'd had it before, and this one was for later to trial it kind of thing. So here I am with the trial, and so far I'm not tripping, but it's very interesting perspective. Okay, and mixed with smoking weed, it's like that's in and of itself is interesting. I've also noticed though that when I'm taking the Mang Da, I had less, which I found interesting. I was only, I've been getting 2 days, maybe 3 days off a pack of cigarettes, and which I'm like really proud of. But I found that with the Mang Da, I just really didn't crave, even though I was cutting down and have been cutting down for quite a few months now. I was like, wow, I I pulled this cigarette out 2 hours ago, and it's still like I don't even know if I want it. So uh, for me, my early observation for the last month has been that it has decreased my nicotine craving, which is not real heavy, right? Because I've been able to control it, but it has suppressed it. I'm like, well, there's a cigarette. Okay, I would have just put this down, grabbed the lighter, and lit it. And no, it's not because I'm over stoned or whatever. I'm stoned all the time in some way, and I smoke it, So, but there, whatever the kratom does for me, my observation is it has affected my cravings for nicotine. Interesting. Just preliminary stuff out there, right? Well, and get those little pets and capsules. Oh, you must be talking about them. What, the sea shrimp or something like that? Yeah. Isn't it a silver pine tree species? Are you talking about that here? It's a plant. Then another says It's an evergreen tree, some Chinese or Thailand tree. Yeah, it depends on where it comes from, which particular. It's I'm gonna say this is a general statement, and I think I'm just gonna say, okay, I don't know if it's just bark, but I'm gonna say, okay, so one's a Chinese elm, making this up, but as just a one's a Chinese elm and one's a Japanese elm. They're both elm trees, but they're different species, and there are differences between them. And so, and they both use bark, so you could say if you were using the example of an elm tree, you could say, but they're both elms, right? So they're both kratom trees. I really need to do more research as to process and stuff. The basic line for me has been I don't really care at when I wanted to try it. I was more interested in trying it and then learning how they did it. If this stuff's all over and and packages and stuff, then folks have been trying this a lot longer than I have. So it must be fairly safe in that and of people recommending it and finding results and so forth. So I'm good with that, right? So how they make it, what? Yeah, okay. So here's a brand, here's a flavor, and here's another flavor over here. And each one, for whatever reason, and it's like you say that some of the bark comes from the Chinese tree and some of the bark comes from the Japanese tree. Okay, well, like I was talking about the other night, it depends on the circumstances. Certain things grow down in here in the south, and certain things, so you could get an elm tree from, I don't know, California and an elm tree from Connecticut, and they're still elm trees, but because of where they live, the different types of climate and particles in the soil, that bark is not going to be exactly the same because the circumstances. Back to that video I did, right? But anyway, I'm laughing at it because, like, I just thought that was one of the dumbest subjects they wanted me to talk about. But I keep coming up with stuff that just can't, and it goes, oh, that's a matter of circumstance. Oh, well, shit, I did that video. And so, as I'm just like living every day and watching stuff, well, there's another one of them circumstances and derivations again. Son of a bitch. Go away. I wish you'd never showed that shit to me. But so at this particular moment for me, I haven't had um I have to throw this in there because uh I keep an eye on my stool, okay, because I'm an old man and any kind of change in color of stool or bladder like that can tell you got, and I've had issues with my prostate, and through dietary and I take certain vitamins that are like zinc and magnesium and some other things combinations that help with prostate issues, okay, and God, you know it's an issue at times, bad issue. Pee down your leg and you don't even know it till it hits your ankle. That's just anyway. I was talking to a fella of my age, and I was like, I realized when I felt something like going into my sock that I had just peed down my leg and I didn't know. And he goes, "Man, don't you? I hate it when it does that." And I was like, "You've experienced it too?" And he goes, "Yeah, us older guys." And he's all my buddies are like, "So I peed down my leg again today. Damn it, what?" Maybe that's why those old Northerners that went to Florida wore those Bermuda shorts that were so bright and ugly. That if they peed in their shorts or whatever, it would not necessarily stain their trousers or whatever. But anyway, having kind of gotten there in my age, and it's like so. But I at first I thought there was a change in the color of my stool, and because it was due to taking one capsule a day kind of thing. So, but in observation, and it's like, oh no, if whatever whatever I was eating or whatever, There was a change, but it had nothing to do with the capsules because the it my it went back to normal. Um, so it was my diet and what I had cooked, and I was like, got to keep an eye on this stuff. And so, but it has been very normal for the last month. So I have not had any dietary bowel issues with the kratom. And but I have already doubled the dosage. We'll see what happens. But observations and clinical trials up to this particular point, I'm happy with it. And if I can find cheaper than this guy in Moultrie, he was a lot more expensive than the lady down in Thomasville. So I'm looking forward to going to Thomasville and chatting with her. And since I got enough money left over after paying taxes and everything, and I don't owe anything, I'm going to go ahead and invest in some larger bags of this and continue my treatment. If it'll help me run across the damn yard with the dog at my age, and I just got a fresh dosage and added this other one to it, and I'm literally running across the yard. I'm like, I'm sold. I want to gobble some more and go out and play under the moonlight. And by the way, tonight, tomorrow night, and the next night is the peak of the Geminid meteor showers, but the moon is so bright. Uh, it's like go out now, and as the moon is did I say sun? Um, the moon is so bright because it's 3/4 full that it's going to be hard to see any meteors coming in. Um, but the heights is supposed to be tonight, tomorrow, and the next night. And they'll be lingering on after that, but it'll be blazing full moon, and the sky will be way too bright to see anything as far as meteors are concerned. So the moon is huge too. And by the way, I do I haven't done a Earth wobble update here in a while, but I was up on the driveway tonight checking mail, and it was dark 30 at me and Duggar, and I'm standing up there, and I'm like, wow, it was really clear tonight, and mostly dark. There are porch lights, and everybody's got a damn security light around the house, at least one. Some houses got three or four of these damn things. So, a lot of, you know, intrusive light from the neighbors up on the hill, but I could still see Orion coming up. But where Orion should be coming up, like in the east, it was in the southeast. I mean, like my driveway points almost exactly due east. So I'm standing in my driveway and like coming up the driveway, and it's like Orion should be right there or just maybe a little to the right. It's like way the hell over here behind this one neighbor's house. And I'm like, and obviously it's Orion, but it's way south of where it should be. And about 2 weeks ago ish, um, 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 at the end of the last full moon and just before the new moon, me and Duggar went out in the evening, go pee and all. And Orion was like a little further north of east. And I might have even had said something in one of the video, the live streams about it odd where, Orion was, because I could see it like through here through my window, which is um east by northeast. I mean, is little north. It's still east primarily, but tonight absolutely in the Southwest. It wasn't just a tad. I mean, it was like, so the Earth has wobbled big time. We have rolled up this way for all the planets and stuff, and Orion especially to be further south from our view. And I'm gonna go out here and check in a little bit. But 2 weeks ago, it was like straight overhead, big, beautiful, bright. Literally had to hurt my neck and lean back to be able to see it. Now it's like I don't even have to lean back. It's over here. It's like over here. So all I have to do is kind of look up. Totally different. I mean, it's easier to notice. So I don't have with a stiff neck. I don't have to like almost fall over to see it. But it's in the wrong place tonight. Absolutely in the wrong place. Where it was like less than 2 weeks ago. So along with these wonderful energy waves and stuff that are coming in, dang it, it's 22, right? 122. Thank you. One night I noticed and I was out and I looked up and I thought, is that moon really further away? I mean, it was like this big in the sky. And I mean, and I kept I was thinking, I don't have any reference to the you know, to the, the uh big how big or round is the moon, right? So I'm thinking of ways of like um I I went to school, hey son rabbit. Um I went to school for drafting, okay? And I have a real drafting board, a real honest to God T square, and and all the drafting tools and triangles and circle, um, and ellipse, um, plastic thingies that you trace around. Anyway, for drawing with pencil, right? And then I went to school and then learned CAD. But I met Sister Helene in Tampa Catholic. You've heard me talk about her. But she was my drafting instructor at Tampa Catholic, and I realized why she was kind of onto me. She told me after I graduated in one of our evening sessions of talking, she goes, "I saw talent with you. Your drawings of I was doing architectural type drawings back as a kid, and using perspective. They gave us an assignment one time in religion class in grade school now, like sixth or seventh grade. And the teacher said, okay, now for the weekend, I want you to find a picture of a church in a book and I want you to draw it. And I was like, oh my God, my brain, I picked the the Notre Dame Cathedral, I think it was, with the flying buttresses on the side. And I picked one of the most difficult churches, with architecturally speaking, that I found out later on. And I spent all weekend long drawing this thing to I had created my own scale. So my paper was so big and the picture in the book was so big. So I would use my own, I was blowing it up bigger from the picture that I had in the book. But I turned it in and I was like, oh man, this thing sucks. And I could tell that the flying buttresses off the side, I hadn't quite got that detail. It still looked a little off, it looked flat compared to the perspective that I had taken with, and I was like, man, the teacher's going to hate me. Oh my God, I'm going to be in so much trouble. So I get to school and where's your drawings? And I bring it up and I present it. And around the classroom, all these kids had went home like with a crayon and drew a box, put a door on it like a kindergartner would do, put a roof on it and a cross, and that was their picture of a church. the detail of mine, the nun came to me and she goes, "How long did it take you to draw this?" And I said, "Well, I started Friday night when we got out of school." And she goes, "Oh my God." She went around and showed it this, what I did, sent a note home to my parents, this kid should be like a draftsman. Because, and I had not a clue about any of these draftsman kind of things. But way before anybody taught me about perspectives and things and stuff, I'd figured a lot of that out on my own. Now, if you ask me to draw a picture of a cat, it's going to be a circle with whiskers and two round eyes and some fuzz up here. I cannot draw a person. I can't draw animals or anything like that. Give me a building or a structure or even sort of a landscape. Don't ask me to draw a character. I mean, I've even tried to draw, like, come up with my own little cartoon characters and some of the stories I've done. I even suck at doodling, okay? But draw straight lines and a plan for something. I can give you visuals and I can give you a top view and a side view and a back view and looking at it from the bottom up view, you know. So I'm very talented in a particular way of drawing, but it's pretty much mechanical or architectural. But if you ask me to draw a horse or a dog or something, it's gonna be the crudest. You're gonna go, "What are you in kindergarten?" I go, "Yeah, I can't do it." I may be a Da Vinci as far as mechanical or architectural type of drawings are concerned. you know, the the Mona Lisa would look like uh, it was Da Vinci, right? That painted the Mona Lisa. But anyway, not the sun and maybe the moon though. It's 7:30 in Germany. Oh, Sun Rabbit, you're in Germany. I told somebody the other day. I said, they were asking me about how many folks on my channel kind of thing. And I said, it's 500 and something. The number of you all, it's never been about quantity, but it's always about quality with you folks. And because I'm not selling anything or, I am promoting spirituality, and try to be common sense with certain things. But, um, the fact that you folks, however you found me or somebody said, "Hey, y'all go listen to this crazy guy. He does this all night crazy program, smokes weed and talks about shit, hey, come hang out with us." And then you do. But I ever flunked was phys ed. You had you had no medical reason for your klutziness. And um when I was running as a kid, for whatever reason, the way when I ran before I broke my leg playing football, um, because when I got to Tampa Catholic, um, our track coach was like, all right, everybody line up, and I want to see you run. Just, we didn't know what a 100-yard dash was. I mean, really green, right? On the track and looking at stuff. What's that? That's a hurdle. Really? I hurdled the other night when I drank too much wine. No, it's not that kind of hurdle. No, it's not talking to the porcelain god. Hurdles are something you jump over. Really? you know, in a row? Yeah. So, I mean, when, especially back then, when you're in seventh and eighth grade, you didn't know back then, we didn't internet stuff, if you saw a track meet, it was on a smaller TV, not some big high def stuff. And oh, look, they're jumping over stuff in a row, hurdles. Okay, but then when you get there on the track and there's this, a difference of dimension. Wow, those are kind of tall. Wow, that's how far apart they are. And you gotta, oh wow, oh, and the track is asphalt. Oh wow. And there's all these other variables. So, but anyway, but doing track, I loved running track. But so when coach looked at me and he was like, no, come here. And I was like, what? I went over to him, Coach Nick DiMaggio. Oh my God, great man. And he was like, what the hell are you doing? And I was like, what, coach? He said, the way you're running. He goes, what are you doing with your feet? And somehow when I was running, my as I closed up this way, where your legs should just come straight back to, like, if it were to keep going, your heel would hit your butt, right? It would come straight back. Mine were coming out of the arc this way and then swinging to the outside. So my legs were lit. So they called me crazy legs. But I was learning how to get that because I was really fast for my age. That's why, my freshman year that we won our Class B track team, and that put me in the Hall of Fame along with my other classmates. Put us in the Hall of Fame at Tampa Catholic. Well, I've got my picture hanging up on the wall. Just but anyway, so and then I broke my leg, and the next fall, and that was the end of all that. But after all these years that I can run, and tonight was like with vigor. I felt good. Um, I I I wasn't fatigued after 6 steps. I actually made it across the yard from up there, and it felt good when I stopped. I was like, damn, I could actually run over here. I felt that good. So I'm hoping this kratom is going to have that continuing effect on me. Um, Went to Paramus Catholic, and oh, so you was in Jersey, huh? You from Jersey? I'm from Jersey. You from Jersey? Anyway, back when comedy was funny. I say in this day and age, where is Rosanna Dana in times like these? Now, for those of that are still with me right now, I'm Rosanna Dana. You remember? Uh, and if you don't, well, then that what to me was one of those comedy skit characters, something that just I love Gilda Radner, and it was a shame she died at such an early age, because you know um, she was one funny lady. you know, I am Rosanna Dana, but yeah, Roman, you're in Austria. See, now you're the other person. I said, I think I know a person in Austria and even a person in Germany. And so was it? Oh, really? It was James Gandolfini's father. Yeah, Gilda Radner. Yeah, just watching her and people who say they knew her and all, that she was really kind of shy, but a really great lady. But the early Saturday Night Lives, uh, you know, to me, some of those early sketches and stuff that they did, I've tried to watch stuff now, and it just isn't funny to me. Oh, and people are laughing and stuff, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I got a really strange sense of humor. and and twisted and warped and stuff, but I really don't get this. Like, what are you doing? And if you're trying to do something that I don't get and everybody else is laughing, and I'll damn near laugh at anything, it must not be funny. And you're just fooling them, or they're just laughing because they think it's supposed to be funny, or maybe they don't know what the hell funny is. Do these folks even know what comedy is? But so, um, having had my own gig for years with puppets and storytelling and stuff, I could do anything as long as it was clean. When somebody hired me to do a show, I could do whatever I wanted to, free reign. And they usually gave me a topic or something, and I would have at least one or maybe two stories. If it was on health or eating habits or something, it would be a story about, how one of the kids would be, well, I sure do really, I'm really tired. Well, how come you're tired? Well, I had a bag of potato chips for lunch or this, and so, well, you really need to eat a balanced meal. And so, with a couple of puppets being chased by something, right? And the only way he can not get caught getting eaten by the walligator was to eat a decent breakfast. So on his way to school, the walligator wouldn't eat him, right? And he had strength. So really simple stories with a couple of characters with the puppets, but then that fulfilled my sort of verbal contract with what I made with the folks, in that, hey, if you can do something about nutrition, that'd be really cool. So you know you give them an example of, you could get eaten by an alligator too, if you can't run fast enough because you don't have enough energy. So yeah, the land where we switch politics faster than others. Than underwear. Oh my God. Let me ask you all this. Now, for those of us who know of Dante and so forth, and what I have watched in politics, and I remember what the Bidens did back when Obama was president, and with some of the stuff that was going on in the Ukraine, and I mean, I was alive and watching politics when Reagan was president. I remember the really bad Cold War years, and Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall, and all of that kind of stuff. So here's my question, Carol Burnett, Ruth Buzzy, yeah, Ruth was funny too, yeah, and going back into the days of the laugh-in, when she'd be sitting on the dressed in her little old lady, hit you with the purse thing, and it was Artie Johnson, the little old man that would come up, and you know he would like want to ask her a question. But yeah, the comedy routines back then, you know they were they priceless still to me. And even after all these years, some of those skits and stuff, I mean, I don't just snicker or laugh at. I mean, I actually get a belly laugh, about ordering cars in Russia. Well, that was back in the days of the Hugo. The Hugo, wherever you go, you driver, you go. I mean, there was so many stuff. And but no, my question is, since y'all live over there closer to the action, um, isn't the Ukraine kind of sort of like has always been a part of Russia in a way? I don't necessarily mean like political, but as far as territories and this, ain't it kind of sort of Russia? versus I know it's I mean, I live in the state of Georgia in the United States. We are an independent state, but we are part of the United States. So, but and I don't mean that it was under Russian control or it, but my understanding is that long time ago, like the Ukraine and some of those countries in there, as sovereign county city states, but were still grouped in with Russia. Is that true, or have I got that wrong? Can you help me out? You don't have to go into a large amount of discussion, but am I anywhere close, or am I just really horribly wrong? And I hated Reagan. Because they made fun of Jimmy Carter. He took the solar cells off the White House. He did these things, and because I worked for the Department of Energy, fixing up old folks' homes, weatherizing their homes, and building and experimenting. That's how I ended up with my house was from a Jimmy Carter program, and we were learning how to use passive solar. So after all these years, my passive solar house still works, you know, with no moving parts in the house, no fans to burn out or anything like that. You know, it still works. I was never there, but what I know, yes, media and so on say Putin took the land. But what I know the people wanted to be as a rush at Russia's side, but I do not know. Dante um, said about Crimea. Yeah. I mean, it was like, the Bidens moved in and, all those little, all those nation states over there around y'all. I was like, they all had their own independence, but they were trying to be not the USSR like back in the day, but Russia with independent states like the United States has independent states. And there are different rules in different states that would make your head spin. And you would swear to God that they were under some kind of Russian regime within the United States, within the states themselves. So it's just like, you shouldn't be talking about them folk over there because y'all just bad. Now, hush. But so I get that. But, they are pushing over here. He's fixing to invade. And from what I have observed myself with Dante's help and a couple of other things, but just if you just pay attention, right? And it's like, wait a minute. No, they're not going to invade. They're going to go over and support, so it'd be like if somebody along our borders, was being invaded by Mexicans, which we are. But they sent in the National Guard and said, no, 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 we're going to strengthen the border over here or whatever. We're going to help these folks out. And we're going to we're going to send in support and, kind of dare these folks to, you know, so that's what I see on my own without a bunch of rigmarole and other stuff. We were going to die immediately until the trick to where Reagan did his thing and the wall came down. Yep. Now, growing up in the 50s and 60s, and I gotta say that back then there were folks who were East Germany, West Germany, and some of the stuff that was for really going on and videotapes of people sneaking over or under around the wall getting shot, killed, blown to pieces. I mean, and the torture on one side versus the other, and the only thing that separated them was the wall. Really bad juju, bad vibes. The name Ukraine means the edge of your border. Oh, Ukrainia. See, it's great to have folks like you to be able to chat with, honest to God. I brag about you. I don't say your names, but I brag about y'all all the time to my friends. My one buddy asked me, he goes, you know, I understand you got people from all around the world. I said, actually, yeah. And I said, I've got a friend in a person in Germany and a person in Austria, I think, and or maybe it's one or the other, but actually it's both, you know. So the idea that, and then there's folks in, in um, the UK, folks in Australia, folks in BC, British Columbia. I don't know of anybody from Mexico at the moment. Some folks up in Canada and Montreal and up in there, one or two folks, I think. But right, it's not really Russia, but um, the bottom line, it would be a big neighbor helping out a border country, you know. Get Russian oil and Russian this because they're a whole lot bigger than you all. So, but it's the folks in the Ukraine don't see Russia as the enemy. Would that be a true statement? That most of just normal Ukrainians would not see Russia as the enemy or that they were going to invade. Yeah, there are times when I'm watching the news and it'll say Georgians have riot or something, something, something. I go, wait, is it the Georgia in the US or is it the Georgia over there near the Ukraine and Russia? you know, and there are times when some of the subjects that's going on in that Russia over yonder near y'all is like there's stuff like that going on here in the United States, the Georgia, so I get it, arguments with, other states or arguments with we want to do our stuff here in the state and y'all leave us alone, but we're still part of the anyway. So yeah, it's interesting about the when Crimea voted to be a part of Russia in two by nine. It's tough to call that a takeover by Russia. Exactly, that's my point. He was too honest. He was the captain of a nuclear submarine. Okay, and from where I live, he's like they still have a house up there near Americus and Plains, Georgia. He just lives up the road a piece, compared to other places. And he's 90 some years old. He still helps build houses. And for all the stuff that they bitched about that man, Democrats and Republicans. He was wimpy. He was this. Reagan took credit for the peace that Jimmy Carter helped. I think it was Anwar Sadat and folks over there during that time, the Israeli deal and the Arabs and all. And, and secretly during the election, they held the hostages until after the election was over. It was the benefits of Jimmy Carter deciding I do not want to send my fellow Navy Marines. He was in the armed forces and he was absolutely against having people go fight a war and die. He was like, there must be peace at all cost and avoid war. And they hated him for it. They hated him for it. But guess what he brought at that time? Those peace accords. And then Reagan got all the credit for it, you know. And they make all this peanut man, and here was Ronnie Reagan. Now, there were some things that I found out about Reagan, but the way they won the election by making Jimmy Carter look like a dupe was just absolutely wrong. And then taking credit for the release of the hostages, and Ronald Reagan, the new president of the United States, negotiates the release of the hostages. Oh, no, no, they had already made that arrangement. And they held him over there until Ronnie could take all the good big. And all of us here at the time were going, that's just sad. Oh, but they blew it up anyway. Ronnie Reagan did all these things and stuff and helped bring those hostages home. Bastard. You know, that was dirty pool. That was just dirty pool. But like for me, and having worked within the Department of Energy back in the early days, the weatherization program, which was one, developed new ways to supplement the income, and because Jimmy Carter had all them gas wars, and oh my God, prices went up to $1. We were buying gas for 29, 30 cents, 32 cents a gallon, and it went up to 79 cents a gallon. We were mortified. Okay. I paid $7.25 for a quart of oil today. 1 quart of oil. Back 20 years ago, I could buy a gallon of oil for $8. It was $1 a quart. 4 gallons, and if it was really good oil like Castrol, the really expensive stuff, I could get more than a gallon of oil for less than the price that I paid for 1 quart of oil today. I was like, what? This is $8. And then it was like all the other oils were very closely, at Tractor Supply, right? And I was like, you got to be kidding. And so one of the things that somehow I skipped when I've done a lot of work on engines and equipment and maintenance as a maintenance man and stuff, and I've attended many seminars and things, right? Well, one of the seminars I attended way back in, well, it would have been in the 80s, uh, somewhere in the mid 80s, 86, 7, 8, maybe 87 ish. So at the time, they were just really starting to come out good with synthetic oils. And they would take engines apart, or take start the engine and drain the engine oil out and let the engine run for 5 minutes and let people check it and all that kind of stuff. And so we went to the seminar, and it was, being promoted by a synthetic oil company. Can't remember which one at the time. So all this wonderful information discussed viscosity and temperatures and all this stuff to really give you an understanding of why oil does what it does and machinery and so forth. So then they handed out, these little pamphlets and things and had a list of all the oils, properties, viscosities, stuff like that. And at the top of the list of natural oils was castor oil. Now, I had learned because I had a Volkswagen and I worked with folks who used to race Volkswagens and dune buggies and stuff like that, mechanics, and they were like, "Man, you want that air cooled engine to last? Then you need a 2050 weight. You need a heavy oil that will, as it heats up, will not thin out too much, because that's why the engine will overheat and explode, which I had happen. And so I was like, what? So when I learned about the viscosity and so forth, like at these seminars, as the engine oil heats up, the oil gets thinner, right? And so the 2050 meant that it would thin down to 20, but in its basic state, it would be heavyweight and 50. So whatever it's trying to cool, heat, or lubricate, it's going to be really hard to dissipate. So my Isuzu truck, 40, 50 weight, Castrol. The engine's still, I could probably still get it to run. My Mazda, 289,000 miles or something, and doesn't knock, doesn't use any oil, nothing but 20, 50, 2040 Castrol thickness motor oil. So I'm looking for a 40 weight, similar, right? And I look around and go, wait, there are oils that are 5 weight. There are oils that, what the hell happened to the viscosity and the different weights of oils and stuff? Because now the reason I bought this quart of oil was because it was a 30 weight. And I would have never ever considered putting a 30 weight in my truck because I'd been using 40 and 50 weight. Where people said I'm crazy, the engine never overheated. It has never given me a problem until after 14 years. It's given me troubles. Wait, no, it's 24 years. Sorry about that. 23 years, 24. But, okay, so long time. Now I'm having trouble. But all these years with no engine knocks, no issues, no nothing, and um, Castrol and 2040 or 2050 or 1050, but the heavier weights. Having proved it for two separate vehicles that have over almost close, my Isuzu I bought new has almost 300,000 miles on it. My Mazda I bought new, almost 300,000 miles, using the same type of oil. So people say, well, you got it wrong, Dave. I've got 500,000 miles in two engines with no engine work or no, and you tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm stupid. Okay. Now, I look at the oils now, and over the last several years, the newer vehicles have got different kinds of oil pressures and stuff, and they use thinner oil. And I've talked about it with a couple of mechanics, and I was like, but how's an older engine, that is not built for that, supposed to last in this low viscosity, especially if the engine gets really hot? That engine will get so paper thin that it generates heat and will literally kind of bake it or cook off the oil. Let a you cook fried something on in a pan, and as it gets really hot and it's steaming, it's doing its thing. That's what's happening inside the engine. That's what your PCB and that there are gases and things that go through the little tubes and stuff, because those are gases where the oil's actually burning in the engine in different parts, and it's off gassing in back in it circulates back with through the emissions, so that it's to be burned again with fresh air and gas. But anyway, so the reason they did that is because in the old days they had a pipe that come out of the engine, and there was just engine gases that just vented to the atmosphere. And now it's all tubed up and it runs through different sensors and things, and that's what that is. But engines still do what engines did back when I had my old 6 cylinder, my old 51 Chevy. So it's like, okay, um, so some things never change, they just rearrange it. but but the thing about the oil is I really don't know what happened, but I swear to God, I feel like I told Rob today, I said, I feel like have been Rip Van Winkle. I have woken up into a future time where the oils are very thin, and this is like that, and a quart of oil is like $8. Where did this $7 a gallon? What happened? We thought that was expensive. I remember when oil was 99 cents a gallon. I'm sorry, 99 cents a quart. I remember buying oil back in the day that was 15 cents, or it was a quarter for a quart. So for $1, you could buy a gallon of whatever premium oil that was on sale. You know, you could buy a gallon of antifreeze for 35 cents. And now it's like $20 for that gallon of antifreeze. I Let's do the time warp again, because in my lifetime, it's I've looked at stuff, and certain prices are like they've gone up and modified, but some stuff it's just like $7.50 for a quart of oil. I never would have dreamed. That's a whole hour's worth of work for a quart of oil. What? And that's like before taxes. So we made it through the 12-12 day, because this is the 12, what, 14. And I've had some remarks, and other folks are like, uh, talking about the portal and energies and stuff like that now. Now, one of the reasons why I did this backup video tonight, this morning, is that, okay, I'm feeling wiggly jiggly, but is it due to other things? Well, the Schumann says no, but there is that persistence, and it has been persistent for a while now, which is just, we should keep an eye on that. Because I noticed it for a while, like 6, 8 months ago and a year ago, and the fact that it seemed like it's really being persistent and it's always there, not skippy. It was just being skippy there for a while. So it could have been intermittent coming from the galaxy. This straight line stuff, no, it literally feels like something's pointing something at us because it's showing up just like that. But anyway, so the universal things and this and that, and can we stop whoever's out there that's shooting at us? Me and you, we can't. But I damn sure in my spirit, I will, I'm on the sides of the folks who will stop it or could stop it. I'm on the sidelines, but I'm here, coach. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play today. Center field. It's just me and center field or something like that. Anyway, I can't read John Fogerty. So, but yeah, I'm ready to play. I've already made my own commitment. I've made my declaration of that I'm a warrior for Christ. I am a shaman in training, and it is important that all people learn about their own spiritualness and their connection with the universe always, and that they learn to understand that to accept it and to receive it is really kind of simple. But that you got to give up a lot of other beliefs and things that folks will say, well, Hawkeye, you say to accept and receive, and that it's as simple as that. Yeah. When you break down all the other things that society and religions and people tell you or that you should expect, it really is that simple when you learn it. And the more I have learned it, it is really simple. But now there's all this complicated stuff around it. but the actual act of accepting is that now the basic for me that I was accepting stuff even though my percentage was like my belief rate was maybe at like 96, maybe 97. So I wasn't quite 100% believing stuff that I could actually get like energy from the that I could, I was like, yeah, I could maybe, okay, so I was hesitant, but when I made that leap of faith and said, "Yep," but there were circumstances that taught me 3 days on the river without food and water, you can accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, wisdom, and the blessing from the universe. And you can get manna from the spirits that you can be saved in a way that, I wasn't whining and crying and holy Jesus, save me, send us somebody after me. No, but I was asking because I was on my medicine man type shaman journey at the time. I was like, yeah, may the angels help me, the spirits of the woods, whatever. I'm down here and I could use some help. And so that experience of those 3 days is still so clear and fresh in my mind. So that it is my constant reminder, not necessarily that I need it, but that I believe 100.1%. And so when you have a profound spiritual event in your life and you're there ain't nobody gonna shake you from it because you've seen it with your own eyes. It's your experience and ain't gonna talk you out of it. So when you have that spiritual experience that is similar or unlike what other folks I say, when I have talked with folks who are on a kind of shaman journey themselves versus a religious journey, they are absolutely on a spiritual journey and accepting some of the teachings and stuff from Buddha or from Confucius or just other places, religions and faiths and stuff, and you kind of put it all together. And that's what I've been doing all my life. Um, and here I am. But my understanding of the spirit world is it's like right here on the tip of my nose. It's on the tip of my tongue. It's on the tip of my ear. It's on the tips of my hair. It's all around us. Do you believe that? I do, 100.1%. Other folks, well, I don't know about that energy stuff in the universe. I'm not sure about it. It's okay. Other folks' spirit journeys are different from mine. But for me, that 100.1% is what really drove home because I am not hesitating anywhere in my quote, my belief system. I absolutely 100.1% accept and will receive the. Sometimes you have to take some bad stuff to learn a lesson or two, but that's part of the lesson also. I do close my eyes, whether it's Jesus or God or Buddha or Shiva or whoever's out there, Yahweh, Krishna, whatever. Do you believe that it can come from somewhere out there, from heaven? Well, yeah. Okay, well, you know, there you go. But you don't need a religion or a Bible to do it. Because the simple act of saying, I accept and receive, there you go. The only thing that holds you back is how much you believe it, how much you have faith in it. And these trying times and stuff coming up, my dear sweet um, spirit guides these last few days with these strange subjects, right? They're like saying, there's some stuff coming, some energies and wiggly pigglies and woggly pogglies, and different people are going to mistake it as an invasion for you dear folk over there in wait, I missed that. I want to scroll back up to the chat. I've gotten slightly stoned over here and was my brain was in another spot, but I do want to see what you said. Hey Barry, I, I sent you a message earlier, but you'd probably sleeping again. I'm just gonna pick on you just because, we're both fun to yeah, the good old days now we pay up to €2 for 1 liter of gas. Yeah. I was gonna say 4 liters to the gallon. Uh so that's $16 a gallon, right? Is what it would boil out to. Because it oh wait, 4 liters. 2 times 4 is 8, right? Oh, Son Rabbit, you're absolutely right. And I've been trying to explain that to people for years now. Quit beating Russia up because the Russian people exactly never wanted communism. They didn't want a dictatorship. They didn't want Stalin, and Stalin really was a screwball. I'm sorry, I have to go back up there. I missed all this. In the UK, to carry their currency had 1/9 the buying power of the Russian ruble. So when their areas became part of Russia, their lifestyle went up 9 times. I got you. Yep. Thank you, Son Rabbit, because my studies and trying to keep up, and I wish I could speak Russian, but there are translators and things. There's Russia TV, and then there's RT America, and then there's the South Korean Seoul channel that I watch now too, and they have topics about Russia. Then there's the Sky News, I think, from Australia, and so I'm watching different news programs, the ones in English at least, um, about what's going on around the world because I don't want just America's point of view because I know they've been selling us a bill of goods for a while, but no, I want to hear what the folks in India think of us or Pakistan, where we have sent troops in and weird stuff. I want to know what the folks in South Africa think of us. Not just America's. Well, in South Africa, these people said stuff about America. Well, no, 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 no. I want the reporters down there to tell me what they're thinking you know. Um, and there's a couple of commentators, I think, like on Sky News, the Australian channel that I was watching, um, that I'm like, right on, dude. And there was even one lady, I can't recall their names, but I'm like, yeah, buddy. And I remember it's like, that's how um, some of the American journalists were back in the day. They actually had some cojones, you know. But they were at, you know, there was a time when I was like, I would like to be a journalist. I'd grown up with Superman and the cub reporter Jimmy, what's his name? I can't remember his last name, but in the Superman series, and he was always going out and doing a scoop and following up and trying to get a picture of Superman and him and Lois Lane. Okay, but to the point though, there was this thing about the Cub Reporter, and some of the old radio programs and some of the black and white movies from back in the days. There were one of the funniest ones was with Cary Grant, and I can't remember who the lady was, but it's about it all takes place with in a reporter's den kind of thing. It just absolutely hilarious. And we did it as a play, and they did it in different versions in a movie in different movies, and it might have been Rosalind Russell or something back in the day, but Cary Grant. But my gal Friday or something like that. Absolutely, the timing of the words and the thing. Absolutely, if you've never seen it, you should watch it. It's a black and white. I think it's called My Gal Friday, with Cary Grant and blah blah blah. But anyway, this guy, he was supposed to be caught. It's like a press room at like the courthouse or something. The police station's nearby. But anyway, so they all rush to the phones, and but the timing and the storyline. The guy gets out, and the girl Friday catches him out the window and pulls him in, and he's trying to hide. So there's a big desk, roll top desk. She hides him in the desk and closes it, and everybody's looking for him, and they're standing in the room and blah blah blah. But we don't know where he went. And he's hiding and all that, and he's in the desk, right? I mean, some of the stunts were just absolutely hilarious and good comedy, quick action. I'm sorry, it was one of those favorite of the old movies and was funny on stage too as well. You don't need to wait. Um, Christianism came from nowhere. Our religion. Wait, I missed that. I gotta go back up. Oh, cut that out. What's transpiring? All these fake religions like Christianity and came from elsewhere. Our own religions were absolutely peaceful. Yeah, it's like native religions here were mostly peaceful. There was some crazy people along the lines, but when they had wars and things, they got hit in the head with stone axes and stuff. That shit hurts. You don't need to speak of any of those other languages when you have friends like me, and I got other friends. That's great, Sun Rabbit. I'm honestly, you have no idea when I'm talking with other people and stuff, how I brag on you all. Not necessarily by name, but I say, well, like for my reference, like for David Castle, I know he lives up around Kentucky. So I say, well, I know somebody from Kentucky, but also Isby's from Kentucky and maybe somebody else too. But, and our discussion was such and such, but the fact that we know each other from around the world, I can I have my own opinions from my own observations, and then I've listened to other folks' opinions of like the Ukraine and things and stuff, and I'm like, okay, but if you listen to the Americans' point of view, they're fucked up. I'm sorry, but I try to not to use the F word if you've noticed, and but I'm a foul mouth. I'm sorry. I grew up on a carnival where we practiced cursing, you know, to see how many curse words we could do in a row. Or, you know, anyway. But so, from my own experience, like my grandma, um, we were sitting down and talking about old age and stuff when I was growing up and as I got older and before she passed away. And she's like, David, when I was a little girl, a, a an airplane was a big deal. And now we have rockets that go, of course, at the time she was like, now we have rockets that go to the moon in my lifetime, she says. Well, in my lifetime, I've witnessed, like, quote, the invention of the internet and all the things and stuff. And I mean, and a bunch of other things all along the way, too, just what? Cameras and photographs and movies. And I mean, my storage device. Let's see, I think this is an 8 gig. Oh no, this is 64 gig. Okay. So on this chip, on this adapter, you know, is 64 gigabyte of storage space. It's a let's see, gigabyte, megabyte, 1,000, right? My first computer that was worth like $1,200 had a 30 megabyte hard drive. This has 64 gigabyte, which is 30. It's twice as much if it were megabyte, but it's twice as much and it's gigabyte on this tiny little chip right here. When I first got my computers and stuff, we had them big ass floppy 5 1/4, or and then we had the little 3 1/2 plastic disc ones, and then oh my God, we got CD players and DVDs. Oh my God, and now we've got these little things here that hold so much information. It's like, what? And the prices come down. So it's absolutely amazing in my lifetime. Devices, I mean, this little new cell phone, oh my God, it does some things faster than this computer does. The resolution on this little screen is astounding. um, and et cetera, et cetera. And when I was growing up, the only way you could talk long distance with anything without a wire was with a radio. Okay, but we also grew up with comic strips um, that had Dick Tracy with his two-way wrist radios. And what do we have now? We've got people who wear these watches that it tells what their body's doing at all times. Heart rate and this rate and that rate and your rate and my rate. And it's all connected to the Bluetooth, that to the internet. So everybody can know what your heart rate and whether or not you peed or not today. I mean, wow, you had a 2 pound bowel movement. Oh, my watch is really accurate. Actually, it was 2.2 pounds. We had a large dinner last night. Okay, that's TMI, but all right. Some of the things that I watch and I go, is that really necessary? You really want to know that, or you really want to monitor it like all the time? You really, but people have bought into the newness of all these gadgets and apps and things. And, I remember reading years ago in the computer shopper and some of the early computer, you've been cussing since I got bit by a dog named Reefer. I got bit when I was, I don't know, 8 or 9 ish, maybe 10. the dog jumped up and bit my lip, and I've got a scar under my mustache, and he bit it and slit my mouth open inside here. There was he grabbed my face, and I had a ball, and as he jumped up, I moved the ball, and he took my face instead, and I bled. I It was a mess, and I was a mess. My face was all puffed up with huge stitches, and he'd scraped my face deep enough to where they'd put stitches on either side where he'd grab me with his paws. And Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, I've had that experience. I was terrified of dogs for a long time, and I worked that out. And now I have Duggar, you know. And there are times where I just have to pick on him. Um, but and for if he wants a hot dog or a treat or something, I make him sit down and hold up one paw, and that tells me, "Are you sure you want this?" And he'll just kind of look at me and wag his tail. Well, okay, if you're not going to show me, so then he'll sit down and go, "I want it. Please don't forget me. Here, here, here. I want it." And so, it's not like I ask for a lot from him, or try to make him do tricks, but that was something. It was how to communicate, right, with other dogs that I've had. And some of you might remember the story I talked about Tramp, with my friend's dog that I ended up with, and he would come over and do this to with his paw on your leg because he wanted to hit. Come on, smoke a bowl with me. At that time, we were setting up at the bars out there for Halloween, where Tramp would go to me, and he'd hit my leg with his paw, and I'd smoke a bowl and blow some in his face, and he'd run off down, and he would go down to my friend Serge, which was his owner at the time, scratch, scratch, scratch. So, between us over about a 2 hour period, my friend came up, Miss Serge came down and said, "Hey, you want to smoke a bowl with me?" And I said, "Well, Tramp keeps showing up, and I've sat down 2 or 3 times and smoked a bowl with him." He goes, "Well, me too." There in the back of the bar was this old couch, and Tramp was upside down, asleep with his head off to one side and his legs straight up in the air. He was so stoned because he was playing both of us, but he used to use that communication with the paw. So, but anyway, in my remembrance of Tramp, when I got Duggar, I was like, "No, we have to have a little bit of basic communications here. So, if you really want this, you have to communicate it by lifting your paw. That's all. You know, you don't have to flip over, bark, or nothing like that, but you got to show me, right?" So it's been really cute with Duggar here recently, in that you know, I was sitting there, I'd say, "What do you want?" And he would like sit down like Marmaduke or something, real straight and proper, like he had a tuxedo on and was going out to a fine dinner. Sit up so straight and proper and lift that paw up like this. Like in this perfect, I got my pinky out salute. It's adorable when he does it. So, but there are other times though, and I let him get by with it. And so I'll say, he's standing on 4 legs and looking at me, and I got whatever bone or treat or whatever it is. "Do you want this?" And I'll look down, and he'll move his paw leg up, right? And I'll go, "What? You really want it?" And he won't sit down, but it's obvious he's got his paw up and doing this thing, but he's cheating, right? He ain't really sitting down. So I'll let him get by with it a time or two. And then, but if I got like a really good, I had a steak the other night, and I always get one with a big bone, right? So he's got something to gnaw on and chew on. Dogs need that, right? So he had been giving me that still standing little paw up kind of thing, a half salute. And I looked at him, and I showed him I had left some really good stuff on this, sure enough, T-bone. "Now, do you want this?" And he looked at me, and his eyes kind of got wide, and he lifted his paw while he was standing, and I said, "No, brother, that ain't gonna work. You know, you got to really show me if you want this. By the time I could finish this sentence, his butt was on the ground. He was in this perfect, honest to God, you thought he was a Marine, the way he was posing and put that paw up there and like that. And it was like, I want that. So it's so like, wait, I'm just going to give you this little salute with my paw until he saw that it was a T-bone steak bone. And then he was like, yes, sir, boss. So I'll sit down, and I'm laughing. But of course, I gave it to him. But, I, you know, there sometimes you can communicate with animals and, but you have to like set up a base, that so the base of communication is around if you want this, whatever it might be, show me. So now if he wants my attention really good, he'll come over and sit down and pull his paw up. Now it might not necessarily be that he wants something to eat, but he's telling me that he wants something, and I because I know the sign. And if he sits down and does this pose and salute me, he's really serious. So then I pay attention. So, people say, well, they've got their different ways of communicating, and some dogs will heal and all this other kind of stuff. But in the grand scheme of things, between you and four-leggeds, between you and critters, you work out the communication. And so when I I told Rob today when we would drive, I said, you know, I went out to work on the truck the other day and hooked my new thingy up, which I still haven't done. And I said, I went out there, opened up the truck door to the cab and everything, and had my tools and everything ready. And something happened with Duggar and he ran off over towards the woods and I just followed him, right? And I told Rob, I said, but about an hour and a half later, me and the dog wandered back into the yard. And I looked over there and thought, "Wh- who, when did I leave the truck door open?" And I was like, oh, holy crap. My reason for coming outside was to go work on the truck. And an hour later, me and Doug had been down through the woods and all around over here and back and stuff like that. Now, I must admit, did I not want to work on the truck and I made up an excuse to go take a walk? Or did, I actually, but, that I just, my brain slipped and me and Duggar need walks. But so my point to the walk thing was, I've developed this with other dogs that I've had, and that when you're walking in the woods, you don't want to make a lot of noises like come here or stuff. So it snap your fingers or cluck cluck or like you do the come here kind of thing with your tongue. And at the moment I have cotton mouth and I can't make that sound. But anyway, but one of the things I just snap my fingers just loud enough and see if he'll catch up. Well, he's still a young pup kind of thing, and he, not paying attention to me much. But now that we have known each other now for 2 years, that there are things now. So if we're down in the woods, he'll kind of like turn around and see where I am. So, and instead of running way far away from me, now he has a tendency to keep me within a certain range. So the other day when I forgot to work on the truck. I swear to God, that's so crazy. Because my intentions were so good. Opened up the door and headed for the woods and never looked back. But anyway, but in that walk though, I noticed that I went one time, which brought his attention, and I looked at him and I put my finger up because I'd done this with other dogs, and I motioned like to come here or let's go to the house. And he was like, yeah, okay. So nothing was said. He made no noise, but we communicated, slow down, quit going any further, and let's go this direction. And so it was he was like perfect on the nose, like we had done this over and over, and we have not done this over and over. He's just now really kind of sort of developing it and getting it. So instead of running past me, he ran up to me and then past me, where before he just wouldn't even have bothered if I was even there. So in this last year, there has been this quote silent communication of hand signals and directions and stuff. And so this old dog is learning new tricks with this younger dog over here. But for the he's a lot more fun now that he we have this little bit of common use the paw routine. But I swear to God, yep, many of you have seen Duggar and some stuff, but for him to be like this lazy little hound dog to all of a sudden turn into this, beautiful setter with his foot up, is just, it's hilarious. His transformation within like 2 seconds is absolutely hilarious. But, he has been a good dog. And we went to town, had to leave him here, and he was all sad and stuff, but glad to see us. But he was so glad. He was like wanting to jump in our laps. And I was like, okay, I don't do the jump in the lap thing. And when folks are outside and some dogs like want to jump up and people will pet him, nah. My dog, if he starts to jump up, you tell him to get down. He has to sit if he wants to be petted or whatever, but none of this jumping up. Because the thing I hate worse when a dog jumps up on my front trousers and puts one of his paws through one of my nuts, excuse me, but one of my testicles. I'm like, no. And their paws are dirty and they get on your clothes. No, unacceptable behavior. And so I refuse to let Duggar do it. Now, his parents, oh, when they come over and visit and stuff, oh, Duggar, come up. And I'm like, don't let him do it. Sorry. I know he was your dog, but that we don't do that here. Lots of other stuff we just kind of ignore, but that's one we just don't. And I'm like, nope, stay down, sit. You want to get petted, sit. So, my aggravation with him the other day was that he was just, he kept wanting to jump up, knowing that that's a no, and he kept being persistent about it. And it caught me wrong, and I was like, "Nuh-uh, I'm bigger than you. I'm gonna win this one." And he's never really tried me on anything. But for whatever reason the other day, so the energies was screwing with him too, you know what I mean? The dog thought I was approaching him with it was a shovel, like and dumped in. What's this? Yeah, they'll set a gun off. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, I haven't, I haven't tried him with like a gun, but I have taken my air gun out and shot it a couple of times, and he's like, What's that?" And for for one of these days soon, I need to go out in the yard and do a little video of the air rifles that I've got and do a little bit of demonstrate. I don't have anything to like test how fast the pellets are going, but I would like to show off this 22 break barrel, and maybe not up close, but I'm not sure how this magazine thing works, but I'm very impressed with this um, single cock, and it loads it and you're ready to fire. It's just great. And the from where I've been shooting from and for my experience, I've only used a rifle scope a couple of times. All my hunting was always like by eye, the thing at the end of the barrel and the little peep sight here, and that's how I learned to shoot. And I was damned accurate, in our little competitions and stuff. So I'm, and we practiced a lot with BB guns and stuff. And I got to a certain point that it was an easy knack for me. And I might not hit the bullseye every time, but I would stick really close to a certain place where I was shooting too. And the fact that I had shot squirrels and rabbits and stuff. So when you bring home something from hunting, that's the proof that you're good. Okay. Because there are folks who go hunting, you hear the gun go off, they missed. So the proof of how good you are is, did you bring supper home? That's the answer. Yep, he's good. He brought supper home, right? But but I would like to show that. But um, the he looks at the gun when I bring it up, like the folks that had him didn't have a gun or anything like that. So, but he looks at it like with trepidation, like that thing looks strange, and I wonder what it does. And then when I fired it the first time, and it sounded like a 22 going off, he was like, "What?" So he's cautious with it, or when I'm holding it, and he kind of backs off a little bit, and I'm like, "Come on, come outside." And so he never runs ahead of me since I've shot a few times out here in the front, and he has a tendency to stay behind me. That's good, that I don't have to teach him to stay beside me if and when I'm shooting. But then when it went off, he almost tried to run, but was like a little curious as to what I was going to do next. So I need to shoot it several times in a row and kind of have him like stay with me. Like, here, Doug, stay here with me, let him get used to me with it and the sound that it makes without jumping and wanting to run. So, but anyway, I really like the accuracy. I've picked spots on a board a few, across the yard. And for me, just standing up and holding the gun and trying to get used to it, I've been with, from where I was aiming at, if somewhere in this neighborhood of being close to it. And when it's a little heavy, I got to get used to it. I'm not used to the scope, but as far if it were a bullseye, if it would have been a circle with a bullseye in there, I would have been within the circle, for each time that I've shot it. So for me, that's good. You know, is the gun very accurate or whatever? The few times I've shot it, or the times that I have shot it at that board. Um, really close to where I was aiming, and it just requires practice, and being able. The end of the barrel's kind of heavy, so I had a tendency to want to drop it. But as far as left and right, I was like right on the mark. So the gun to me is just something I need to practice with. If I was going to be doing accuracy shots, and I had you know, um, a stand, to hold up the end of the barrel, was Ebony. She was a fox terrier. Son, many, many years ago now, I went over to visit a friend of mine, um, not too far from here. We're sitting out back, and he's got a couple of, single pump BB guns. And he's got a couple of targets set up there in the backyard, and he's just plinking them just for something to do, sitting in the backyard, drinking a beer, smoking one, and plinking cans hanging from a tree and plates and just stuff light, right? And it was actually kind of fun. Like, okay. And so the competition was, you know, start from here and hit that one, that one, that one, that one. And if I don't hear it plink, if we don't hear it plink, then you lost that round, whatever it was, right? So we were betting big money, like, you go get the next beer if you miss. Okay. But so we're sitting there plinking with BB guns, and this little shaggy, muddy, rat tangled poodle shows up from around the corner of the trailer. And I was like, "What the hell is that?" And he goes, "Oh, that's Sasha. Some friends, they couldn't keep her or whatever, and she was always running off and wouldn't stay clean and blah blah blah." He goes, "Why don't you take her home with you?" And I was like, "I don't need no stinking dog." A good dog friend of mine, kind of thing, had passed away after like 20 years, and I didn't want the bird. I don't want a damn dog. Well, that little dog just jumped up and laughed and like, "Ooh, hi, how you doing?" I'm like, "No, get away." Oh, stink and matted hair. Oh my God. I gotta say, Sasha could find the stinkiest thing and roll in it and be in heaven, you know. Uh, Evil Otto. Ooh, that sounds bad. Makes me think of Dr. Otto. But anyway. But Sasha, so we sat in the backyard and she kept sitting around the chair. So, and she wouldn't sit over there and I was like, "What are you trying to do? Take up with me." And he kept saying, "See, she likes you." He did have quite a few other dogs, and it goes, and busy highway out front of the house. He goes, "Take her home. You're off the road and she ain't gonna be no trouble. She's a little dog and blah blah blah. And I said, "Dad, I can't." And she was like wagging her tail, looking up at me like, "Take me home, take me home." And I said, "Nah, nah, nah, I don't need a dog." And I went home. It was like a Saturday, right? So I went home, came home. I'm sitting here and I'm trying to do something. I could not get that dumb dog out of my head. I could hear her barking in my head. And I could hear her like wagging her tail and her little look, right? And before I went to bed, I called him and I said, "Okay, I'll come get Sasha tomorrow. Is that all right?" He goes, "I knew you'd come get her." And I was like, "Drat you." Arr. Hung up the phone. Next day, I got up and went over and got her. Of course, she was like tickled pink and all this stuff. And I got to say, she was one of little poodle dog, one of the bravest, loyalist critters I have ever met in my life. Swam through a raging flood in the backyard in the middle of the night, about this time of year, kind of thing. My friend, we had our kayaks, and he was new to his, but it was flooded from right behind the house, almost quarters of a mile to the other bank because everything was flooded in between. But where the camp is down there, I got a platform and stuff. And we had stuff, and we'd been down there when the water was up before. So we had went down there and left Sasha on the house side, went down there all the way to the furthest point on the property, sitting in a chair, literally like 1 o'clock in the morning, and watching the water come up around our feet. We're drinking a soda and smoking a joint and having a cigarette, literally surrounded by water every direction, right? But we had our boat and everything. We had done this before. And while we're sitting there, and now the water is literally covered all of the ground, not by much, but everything is covered now. And uh, he says, "Dave," he said, "Hawkeye," he said, "I thought I heard Sasha." Now the water is it's high, that's rushing through, making that kind of waterfall kind of sound, but it's on the ground and flowing, noisy. And I hear this little yip yip yip, and I was like, "That does sound like Sasha." But we left her at the house. So we got our headlamps on and we walked back down through the trees where the trail was. And it's getting deeper as we go because we're kind of going. Um, and so we get to where it gets like major deep for a little ways versus like ankle deep. And there's Sasha, all wet, matted, nasty, had swam, I don't know, at least the length of a football field, through the brush. There was no dry land. There was nowhere where she could walk. She swam through this raging torrent because she wanted to be with us. And natty and wet. And I was like, he looked at me and he said, "Now that dog is a loyal dog." And I was like, "You got that right, dude." You know, and I was like, "Jamie, have you ever seen a critter like just love you so much, got to be with you in the woods kind of thing?" I mean, you talk about a swamp dog. This little poodle dog was it. And I needed to go to the store, and it was 9/11 several years back. And I was like, I was scared to go anywhere, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I am not going to be superstitious about this. So it was riding into town and stopped at the dump. And Sasha got out. We had had this little routine. And I went and looked for her, and a car had went around the curb by us. And I was like, "Sasha, oh no." And I went around the curve, and there she was. She'd been hit by that car, but she was blind in one eye and her hearing was going, but she died right there at that spot on 9/11. And I was like, "Son of a bitch, should have stayed home." I was trying to prove to the universe that the date, the number was not going to bother me. And me and my dog went for a ride, and she died, got killed that night. So, superstitious or not, I was like, you shouldn't tempt fate. "Well, that's no big deal. We'll just go." And my dog got killed. But she was a brave thing. Hey Project, how you doing? Um, Irreversible undeniable death. Oh, Alex, how are you? I missed you there for a minute. I'm stoned, and I've been doing this for 4 hours already. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. And I have had a busy day, so I really can't prolong this anymore. Project, I don't mean to run out on you, but um, you know, I I did a really long show last night, and I haven't really recovered from that one. So I'm, 4 hours now, and if I do any more, I'll really be pushing my tolerance kind of level kind of thing. And I love you all, but um, I love to hang out with you, but I I do have to take care of myself, and just because I might be a little hyper right now doesn't mean I should overdo it and take advantage. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, see, I was gonna, rap with you for an hour till the battery ran out and so instead I did this video because elderberry wouldn't answer my phone. I did this video instead. And that's kind of sort of the real truth. But I was going to talk to him and then do a video, or was thinking about it. But yeah, he wouldn't answer his phone, so I said, "Yeah, screw it." I just went ahead and did the video. But anyway, um, you can take Nigella, son. I don't know what that is. Nigella. It sounds like that new Nutella or something. Yeah, it's almost 4 a.m. there. Yeah, it's almost 3 here. Yeah. And um okay, my dear friends, I am obviously stoned and and I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna like just zone off and nod off into the computer. That would be lovely. Trying to read the you just woke up dreaming of Roseanne Rosetta Dana. Do you remember me talking about it earlier? Were you awake when I did that little spiel? Um, you know, but anyway, yeah, my mind is, I swear, when after I took that second kratom, the silver, after taking one of the other blends, I honestly, I was like, if I didn't know better, I'd almost say I was lightly tripping. But this evening, with being stoned and having taken those and hanging out with y'all, I can kind of say that I've been in a really happy mood. Okay. But if taking a couple of those every day elevates my mood and keeps my back from hurting as bad and whatever, uh, I'm sold. But yes, I don't want to overdo it because I do have more stuff to do tomorrow. Yeah, good night, Alex, and everybody else too. I honestly, I need to lay down and take a rest on the porch. No, my friend's going to come early in the morning. He gets up like at the time I go to bed. He's up at 5:30 in the morning because he was a truck driver and this and that, And he said, "Well, I'll be there at 9 o'clock in the morning." I'm like, "Please don't." Because I'll be like just barely getting to sleep good. Let me take a nap before you get here. And of course, he knows that I've always worked second and third shift. So he's like, "That's all right, man." I said, "So if you get here and I'm still asleep, just bang on the door and come on in and wake me up." But he knows that drill too. But anyway, so my dear friends, as it's almost 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Southwest Georgia, we had a ball. I've had fun jiggling and dancing and wiggling and pollywogging. And I hope that you have at least grinned a little bit, and had your soul lifted, whether it was down or not. But my job here is to distract you from the craziness and be crazy with y'all because as many folks have said, I'm one of the Hayokis in the group, and I have accepted that position. So there are times when just gotta clown around, nothing, anything specific or whatever, just to, just for the hell of it, right? So this is kind of sort of one of those moments, but with some true stuff and other wisdom kind of sort of tied in there. Um, Son, it absolutely a blessing to have you and doggone who who's from Austria. Anyway, I'm stoned and forgetful. I'm tired, but thank you so much for your input and all y'all. Travis, there you go. Yeah, I'm gonna have a great day. I just already feel it in my bones because it's already that day. So being in a wiggly jiggly mood, and sitting here and having y'all hang out with me is like that's my gift to be able to like maybe pass on some humor and some little wiggly jiggly for you. And because with all the sad craziness stuff going on, we got to do a little wiggly jiggly. We just got to throw it in there. Shit just gets so unbelievably. I can't believe this is happening. Really? Honestly, yeah, yeah. Okay, time for some wiggly jiggly. you know, we just need to stop what we're doing and do a little wiggly jiggly in the middle. And that reminds me of that time when I was in New Orleans on Bourbon Street, And this stretch limo goes across Bourbon Street, which is that don't happen very often, especially when it's busy. And out on the passenger side of the car, but in the back, the a mafia looking kind of goon stepped out of the front, opened up the back door, and this gorgeous, drop dead, tall, gorgeous blonde with this beautiful, sparkly white gown steps out in like high heels, right? Dressed to the nines, all right? And some guy gets out on the other side, couldn't really see him. There's this old, kind of short, stooped over black man that he's just standing outside listening to the music coming out from one of the places right there. And it was a sort of like a Diana Ross and the Supremes kind of venue, and he's standing outside, kind of mouthing the words and juking along, and she steps out of this huge limousine, dressed to the nines. Like I said, I could still see her in my mind's eye. It was like, holy crap. Went over and danced with that black man for, I don't know, 5 minutes in the street. And everybody was just kind of didn't really gather around, but everybody kind of sort of turned and watched these two tall white lady with this little old short stubby black man, and he wasn't dressed to the nines at all. He was just in some old clothes and whatever, like he'd got off work and had stopped by to get a beer and ended up dancing in the middle of the street with a tall, leggy blonde. But it was the fact that there were two. It was so spontaneous, you know. Nobody planned. The old black man, because I was out on the street and had been out on the street in front of some of these places along with him. We just kind of seemed to be migrating and generally down the street, and I'd look and, oh, he's over there. Okay, we weren't following each other. We were just kind of migrating in the same direction. But anyway, when that big old, when that I say big old, she was tall, but not big. But anyway, when she went over and he was and they but the two of them juking in the middle of the street, Bourbon Street in New Orleans, and I was just like, now see, now that's the way it ought to be. Two folks, no matter who they are, where they come from, dancing and juking like they had done this before, and but they hadn't. So the spontaneity of the spirit of just and to dance, I it still has made an impression on me after all these years. So I still have faith in mankind. I have faith in white people and black people because I've seen from high ups to low downs get along and and spontaneously get along. Without even thinking about it or worrying about it, they just did. And so I still have faith in mankind with all the craziness. But, sometimes I just need to do a video where we just do a little wiggly jiggly and make up. Well, I haven't really made up too much stuff tonight, but, we just make up for it and find some laughs and, hey, let's have a little bit of a good time because the world can be so crappy at times. So it'd be Travis, David Castle, Barry. Are you sending to on dog? Okay. Oh, cool. All right. I'll look for it. Not now, but I will look for it tomorrow. Sun Rabbit. I missed what you said earlier. Electronic on Skype. Real name. Uh, Sun Rabbit. Are you Dalabar? and I'm stoned and forgot about it because I was on a show with you, right? If you're Dalabar, am am I right? Wave your hand if I'm sure, or you're sure. Wave your hand if you got under. Never mind. Are you saying yes to me that Sun Rabbit is Dalabar, Barry? I grew up in the projects of the U.S. Right. Okay. Great. Yay, man. It takes me a while to make connections, don't it? I thank God you all put up with me. One of these days, and it won't be long, I'll rejoin you in the song. I'll rejoin that family circle at the throne. Oh, the circle be unbroken. By and by, Lord, by and by. There's a better home awaiting, Lord, in the sky, Lord, in the sky. At I'm going to change that in the Skype, Lord, in the Skype. I will Zoom you in tomorrow. We can Skype till the scars turn gray. Oh my goodness gracious, that's horrible. You were on an A7 podcast. Oh yeah, okay. Andromeda 7. Right. Yes, yes, yes. And I'd heard you before and listened in, but yeah, got to see you, and yeah, good to kind of sort of see you now. I used to play at that church. Did you? Yeah. I really want to have a hoop nanny. I mean, I want to have it, but I would fall asleep now. It's 9 a.m. Yeah, it's time for me to go to sleep too. It's like 3 a.m. here, so 3:08. And my bowl ran out. Oh, well, no, it didn't. So, but I will end with this, my honest prayer, and I swear to y'all, it's so easy to send prayers to the universe on y'all's behalf because y'all come and hang out and you make it easy. Um, and you continue to give me and bolster my faith that what we are doing and trying to do to help, keep the peace and to promote goodness and health and stuff, and through it all, still be able to laugh. And after all the miles and distances and religions and politics and states of being, we can join and kind of sort of break bread and have a good chats and talks and share. I really appreciate it. I so really do, because I can't go to those states and countries and so forth, but I can kind of sort of live it vicariously through your eyes and your expressions and how you see it, view it, and so forth. And so having a good friend somewhere else who was like, yeah, this is really nicer today, and the blah, blah, blah. And it's like, cool, it's that personal touch rather than just watching the news. So thank you so much, son. And it'd be and Barry and Travis, and wait until the 20. I honestly I can't. I'm like starting to do this thing right here. I'm failing. I've only had like 3.5 hours of sleep in the last 2 days. Okay. I'm really tired. I love you all. I can't make it, honest to God. It's got 10 more minutes. I'm like, oh please, Jesus. Just close the lid and shut this off. But I'm gonna close with my prayer because I love you. So be safe, please. But I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings in the universe. Me and Duggar, every time we go outside to look at the stars, or for him to chase the cats and the armadillos out of the yard. We continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will stay away from things that give you the hiccups, and but that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the wonderful blessings that are in the universe. And in that law of three, which really is important to me, and it tickles me too, is that I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings in and from the universe, and that you all keep learning how to reject the chaos that is absolutely unnecessary in your lives. Keep your core soul strength. Make sure that it's working. Make sure that you're strong with it, and keep the faith and believe, 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 believe. Thank you, son. Thank you, Michelle. I love you, dear. I do, I do, I do. David, some to you, and Barry and Isby and Travis and Alex, I think, is already gone. But thank you all for your lovely participation. Um, and y'all, keep it between the ditches, as we say down here in South Georgia. And I gotta go. I really, if I stay here any longer, I'm fixing to pass out of here in this chair. So until later, okay. Please be safe. TTFN for now, right, Michelle? And ween to all those who know what that means. We ween. Cheers. Please be safe. Bye. E from South Georgia, TTFN.